Welcome aboard, chat. Oh man, it has been a stressful day. And the stress has nothing to do with this stream, I have to say, which I'm very happy about. This is, despite the fact that this is like kind of like an event stream, um, this is less stressful than everything else that's going on right now. So, welcome in everybody. Hello, Marku, NDA, Outlaw, and whatever. Welcome aboard, all you merry gentlemen. Oh man. So we got a new model debut. I have been. This has actually been in the works from the very beginning. It was always the plan. To have both a human and like an anthro furry model, right? And the plan, yeah, it was always the plan. But the thing is that the plan went completely backwards because it's actually it's a lot harder to find like good affordable live 2D artists and riggers who can do furry models. And so I always expected that the human model would actually come first because I always thought that it was going to be a lot easier to find. But well, right at the gate, I don't mess around here, Outlaw. But that was always the idea, was to actually start with the human model and then introduce the furry model later on. But it just so happened that the stars aligned, and a good artist that had affordable pricing and had a really good, not weird. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. But I will say that it's the furry world is a fucking landmine. It's an absolute minefield. Minefield. God dang it. It's an absolute minefield for like art styles and stuff like that. Because there's a lot of art styles out there that are this, at least to me, they come off kind of creepy, if that makes sense. And which is like I'm like a furry talking about other furries. Like, this is very much pot me kettle. I understand that, but but the stars aligned, and I found a really great artist who had like a portfolio of like these really good, more not childish, not cartoonish, not strange, but really good professional, high quality furry models, who happened to have like a wait list that was like opening in like 2 days when I found her. And she did both the art and the rigging for the fox boy that you're seeing right here. Hypersexualized, yeah, that's part of it. I will say though that my artist does not like lewd stuff, but I mean, in the furry world, it's hard to avoid it. Those minds will inevitably be stepped on. You know what I mean? A lot of furries seem to be into cartoons. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where the furries exist, isn't it? I mean, that's where all of the furry bait is. I mean, trying to think if there's any, I don't know, the Ninja Turtles maybe, but even then, I mean, that got popular because of the '80s cartoon, you know. Yeah, I mean, in that Venn diagram, it is very close to a circle, indeed. So, like, going back to the story, it was always planned to just find a human model artist, knock that out, and then over time look for a furry artist, and that ended up not happening. It ended up being, I found a furry artist. She had like her slots were opening up in like 2 days from when I found her. Her portfolio was fantastic. Her rates were fantastic. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm going to pull the trigger on that because that's hard to find. And I got super lucky. And so I pulled the trigger on the furry model first as a result of that. And that's where I've been up until today. Now, I will also say that the human model that you are about to see was made by the same artist. Once it was finished, I think less than a week later, after this model finished, um, she opened up slots again. And I just got back to her, and I was just like, hey, any chance I can just kind of do a repeat? But, you know, like the human version? I mean, like, really into You don't have to tell me, Barku. Oh, man. I know better than most, I feel like. Anyway, so I commissioned her just basically right after this model got done. And I rapidly depleted my funds that I made available to myself for models and the like. And I will say that the human model is probably the last model you're going to see for a while. There might be some like updates, like I might get like some kind of holiday theme accessories or something like that for like Christmas or whatever. But the base model ain't going to change until I probably won't even start looking for another model until like 2026. Maybe late next year, because these things take like a good 4 to 6 months if you're lucky. And if I wanted to debut a new model in 2026, I would have to commission it in like the holiday of next season next year. So this is all we're going to be seeing. This and the model you're about to see is that's going to be it for a good chunk of time. But I guess I keep talking about this model. Let's go ahead and take a gander at this new model. I don't do the stupid drop in from the top and like, ooh, look, footsies. Oh, they're so cute. I don't do this anime waifu fucking VTuber bullshit. I don't care. It's like a totally normal thing to do. I think it's fucking cringe and I refuse. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna do a simple zoom out so you can get a full view of this boy down here. Then go. So here's my head's getting cut off. Go. There's a full view of the fox boy right there. And I guess there's no point in delaying anymore. What you're about to see is the fox boy is going to whisk away, and then the human model is going to whisk in. So I'm going to do this on the count of 3. Are you ready, chat? I need you in chat to tell me that you're ready to see this damn thing, because I have been anticipating this for a while. So let me know. 3. What the fuck does 3 mean? Oh, you're counting down. Shit. All right. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Hey, look at this boy. I'm human. Oh man. Now, the idea behind this guy is that this boyo you see, this handsome man you see in front of me, who just pops a squat kind of strangely a little bit there. That's probably because of calibration. I haven't completely calibrated this guy yet. I need to find time with somebody else who can help me do that. But it's calibrated enough. So I turned it to anime. I did. I totally did. I turned it to male anime where the eyes are like normal size, you know? I even got like the anime hairstyle with the hair like whooshing down, like the bangs whooshing down over the eye, you know? The one eye blinking in certain model to be entertaining. Yeah, like the thing is that I have to say that I am off or I am in a different room in my house right now. I had to facilitate painting in the room that I usually stream in. I had to like move my whole rig to a different place, and so I'm kind of like crammed in the corner of my study right now in a whole different desk, and so I calibrated it like where the phone is looking at me to record the tracking, but it's not perfect because it's not like the ideal scenario for this. Accidentally, but it's interesting. I see a lot of models. Oh yeah, it's normal. It's normal because the eyes are particularly sensitive, and blinking, a lot of people don't calibrate blinking correctly. like there's this function in it that where it's like a smoothing function. A lot of people don't remember to like turn off smoothing for blinking, and so they just kind of end up like twitching their eyes and stuff. Anyway, I am a soulless ginger. The secret is so that is this ghost shit. Well, the idea of this guy is that he's like, imagine like the Fox model, but like an alternate version of the same person. So the Fox is, so the hair on the model you see now is the same exact color palette as the fur from the Fox Boy. So half blinking, but it's hard to tell given the blocking it. Yeah, and that's the other issue with my current setup is that the lighting is different in this room than the room I usually stream in. So yeah, it just, we'll get into it. Anyway, let's zoom in and show off this guy. Let's show off some elements here. I will actually start off at the boots this time, just on the zoom in. Just kind of, you know, classic. I can't remember what these are called. With the cuffed boots. And the interesting thing about this is that basically just told the artist something that has a bit of flair to it, but it's also functional. That's basically all I told her, and she spit out these things. And if you zoom in really close, you know, look at this. Every individual lacing in the seams is there. You know what I mean? There's a texture to it. The metal has a different texture than the leather, and all that kind of stuff. She just really goes. I can't compliment my artist enough for how good a quality she does with these things. Yeah, the stitching, exactly. And I love this little triangle, with the gold trim around it in the middle of the cuff. I fucking love that. It looks great, and it flaps too. I love it. Scrolling up, pants are just pants. I got like a pouch belt over here on my left leg. I got a revolver. That was one of the key things that I wanted. That the Fox Boy didn't have that, because I wanted. I originally was going to have the Fox have a pistol, like a flintlock. But I ended up doing other accents instead. So I was like, I have to get the gun. So I had her design it's a very classic kind of revolver. Honestly, it's nothing fancy. I basically said, have you seen Firefly? Give me like a Firefly vibe with the firearms, right? And she just did it fantastically. I absolutely love the uniqueness of the holster as well. There's a gap in the holster here, but it doesn't ruin the functionality of the holster because it's not around the trigger guard or anything like that. The part that the trigger guard needs to hold into is still there. So I love little design flares like that. And I didn't even ask for this. She just did it. I love it. Fucking love it. 6-shooter type. Hell yeah. Screenshot this part and post it in Rose's Foot Locker chat. Oh god. You know what? You could be my guest, chat. You can clip whatever the hell you want. I can't stop you. All I can do is lead into it. Oh man. Okay. Let's scroll up. So, let's go to the rapier. Let's talk about the rapier, chat. The Fox Boy. Do the boots come off? No, they don't. Do not come off. The boots never come out. It is skanky in there. It is skanky inside my boots because they never come off, chat. But anyway, the Fox Boy had a classic pirate cutlass, right? And I wanted my boy here to be more of a little bit more European influenced, and so I was like, you know what? Let's give this guy a really cool rapier as for a sword instead of a cutlass. So I gave her one reference pick, and she created this thing out of it. And as much as I love the guard, I didn't ask for this either, but she came up with this really cool little minimalistic holster for it. so that the blade is still exposed, but it still like will hold the sword. And she added the little, you know, the little blood groove in the middle of it, and all that kind of stuff. She just, which isn't really what rapiers have, but it's like rapier inspired, right? It like a rapier is like almost, it's like a needle, you know. But I still wanted it to be like a sword, like with some rigidity to it. And so she kind of found like a happy medium between those two kind of ideas. Not going or can't. It's technologically impossible for this model, at least for now. The revolver reminds me of the Savage 1861 Navy. I don't know what that is. It sounds fucking cool though. But yeah, she did a really good job striking like a balance between like this rapier kind of style with the hilt and the blade itself being like more like a sword. And this bad boy is long. Look at this thing. This thing goes all the way down to my damn ankles. Like, holy crap. Like, let me zoom out again. Look how long this thing is. It's fucking great. Yeah. Anyway, let's go to the other side. So, mechanical arm is still there. The gears still move. And the cool thing, the thing I wanted this is I wanted there to be like a compass embedded onto the arm. And so she made this fucking gigantic... This thing is gigantic. It really draws your attention too. And she even animated, there's like the north and south line is like it kind of rotates back and forth in there. Does the compass shift? Yes, it does. It does. The red and blue absolutely shifts. So if you watch it closely, you'll see that it moves. See that? It moves. Look at that. Look at it move. There it goes. But yeah, that thing is it's gaudy, but I think that works really well. Like the arm itself is a bit more gaudy than the Foxboy. It's more bulky, if that makes sense. So the bulkiness of the compass kind of fits in with it, right? And you also notice that like I had her keep the nails a bit long, again, like because you know he's still the Foxboy, you know. But yeah, and then let's scroll up here. You can see the nails better. Look at my human hand here. See, like the nails they're not trimmed down completely. There's a bit of a claw there. Because I wanted like elements of the Foxboy. Now there's something hidden here. What I can do is let me take my jacket off real quick, and you'll see that there is a stopwatch that's just constantly going. Now that's there. That is a part of lore. It's not. It's it's broken, but it's not broken. It's a part of lore that I haven't quite figured out yet. Oh crap! I'm moving the wrong part. Ah! I move this way. There we go. Then over here, I move this. There we go. There we go. Okay. But yeah, you can get like a really good look at that there. Anyway, let me put my jacket back on because it's fucking cold. Okay. And about the jacket, actually, I wanted it to be like a bomber jacket. And so she took like a pretty classic bomber jacket, you know, it's got the epaulets, it's got the collar. I kind of left it up to her as to whether or not there'd be a high collar or not. I didn't really care either way, but I'm happy that she went with the high collar instead of it folded down. I think it looks a lot more flamboyant that way. And then also, if you notice on the lapel there is the 7 crossed out, which is the exact same 7 on the exact same lapel as the fox. So, does he have fangs? He a vampire? I do. Oh my gosh. Let's get to the head because that's like the last thing. It's the last thing. Before I got expressions and poses too though. But let me zoom in on head here. So, if I open my mouth, I have fangies. Again, again, because Fox Boy. I also I had her give me like a 5 o'clock shadow, and I wanted that to balance out the anime a bit and give him a 5 o'clock shadow. And then if you look closely at the eyes, I believe, if I open my eyes, look at surprise, it kind of goes into anime mode, basically. Normally it's not there, but like the pupils and like you can see the bounce of the glow and the shine inside the eyes really well. But yeah, she did. And the last thing you'll notice, it's very subtle. Very subtle. But remember, I'm a pirate. I'm a pirate, chat. I got guy liner. I got guy liner. That was actually something I specifically suggested or asked for from the artist, because I was like, oh man, I'm a sky pirate. Like, it's like a part of being like a classic pirate is you gotta have the guy liner, you know? Oh man. If you missed the previous comment, wanted to post a picture of the Revolver Summer of the Savage. Yeah, just throw it on the throw it in the main deck. Throw it in the main deck. Canines are pronounced top and bottom. Yes, yes. And it's like that on purpose. I wanted them to have some sharp teethies. While I'm here with the head zoomed in, I'm actually going to zoom back out just a bit, because the first toggle that I have is right here. So when I was getting this thing done, the artist sent me 8 different hairstyles that she drew up for me. And I was like, whoa, I did not expect that. And so I just sent it. I sent all 8 to a bunch of closer streamer friends of mine, like Rosa and Rika and a few others. And I just had to vote. I was like, what are your 2 favorite hairstyles? And I sent all of the 2 that like seemed to be ubiquitous across everyone. Then this was the one that most people landed on. And then the other one was this. This is like the dapper, short-haired. It's dapper, but it's also like bedheady. You know, it's still a little messy. But yeah, look at me model this stuff out. Very bouncy too. Very bouncy. So there's that hairstyle, and then there's this hairstyle. This is the hairstyle I'm probably going to have the most. But I got to remember that I have another hairstyle, because I didn't want to commission it without it, without it getting used, It has pretty steampunkish look to it. Nice. That's right up my alley, Okay, let's zoom out. I have a few more toggles. Okay, let's do expressions first. So, I got angry. Got disgust. Bleh. I've got surprise or excited. I love how the exclamation points actually bounce around too, which is great. Come on, mouth, even out. Clip it, chat. I've got happy. I've got nervous, which is a little bit subtle, but you can see the... I'm sweating, chat. Good. I kind of have to work with the expressions a bit. I got sad. It's actually hard for me to smile with this toggle. Like, I'm smiling right now, and it's like barely getting his mouth open. And then I've got fear. So those are the expressions. Those are all of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 expressions that I have for this guy. All right. I've got a few other toggles. Actually, let's stay here. Let's stay right here. I have cap. I fucking love this. This is like the poor boy kind of like hat, but it totally fits. It totally fits this model style. It works. I didn't want him again. He's like a privateer, you know, and he's a pirate. He's not like working for the Navy, so he's not going to have necessarily like this formal attire, you know. So I gave him this. I wanted to have this kind of, you know, man of the people kind of hat, you know. And then on top of the hat, I can put my goggles on. I can zoom in here. Give you a better look at those. I mean, he's in the sky often, you know. I mean, look at the background. There's birds flying around it back there. If you're selling superheroes in a street corner with that hat, I know, right? Yeah, it does look like a paper boy kind of vibe, doesn't it? I mean, that was kind of what I... Honestly, that was... I knew that was going to happen, but I was like, I don't know, man. I think it works. I feel like it works with the character. We're going to see disgust at the react streams 90% of the time. One of the things that I'm bad at, honestly, is remembering to... that I even have, like, emotion toggles on the models, and I have to get better at, like, actually remembering to use them. I'm pretty bad with that, to be honest. Okay, you've already seen the jacket come off and on. There's that. And I like how his sleeve is rolled up to still expose. So I put the jacket on, and it's like the jacket arm is like scrunched up to expose the metal arm. And on here, it's like rolled up. Show off that sexy metal forearm. Okay, and then I have a few poses. So if you get on my bad side, you don't want to be here. Don't be on my bad side, chat. I can salute, which is the same salute as the fox, because it has to be, obviously, because it's the same person. If I'm lost, I can get my map out. Okay, I figured out where I am. I can also get my compass out. And interestingly enough, if I lose tracking, this is what he does. Kind of taps on the compass, like, like, what's going on? Then I get tracking back. There it goes. So that's fun. And then, lastly, I got my gamer, just like the fox. Same gamer. Now, holy crap! The artist asked me if what kind of colors I wanted for the controller, and I said, like, I wanted to be the Fox Boys controller is like, it's white and black, right? It's like a classic PlayStation controller. I wanted this one to be a little bit more immersive. So, zoom in here. Look at this controller. Look at this custom PlayStation controller I got from my artist. Look at this thing. There's gears that are moving on it. The joysticks are like little gears as well. And the buttons and the casing, they have little rivets on them, and the buttons are all metal. I mean, how freaking cool is this thing? I wish I could have this in real life, although it would probably break really fast. Oh, man. And you also get a look at the arm, different side of the arm as well, in this pose. You can see the gears moving still, compass still moving. She did a fantastic job with this thing. And yeah, get back out. There we go. And we're gonna stick with this model for the rest of the stream. Looks old, must be a PlayStation 0 controller. Maybe this was it was the precursor. It was the ancient technology that got lost in super advanced Atlantic technology. The real question is if my rigor as an artist is a secret Kevin toggle. I don't get the reference. I'm sorry. I don't know what a Kevin toggle is. I'm slow, chat. I'm old. You have to bear with me. Anyway, that's the new model. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit more. Right about there. There we go. And we're going to keep the hat on. Actually, you know what? We're indoors. Hats come off indoors. We're going to take the hat off. There we go. Is your character supposed to be an air pirate or a space pirate? Air. Air. Not space. Space is would be a whole different vibe. No, I've always had Kevin as a rigger for future show. Oh, he has a secret toggle for all the VTubers where it looks like the model with a very sexual expression. Oh, he has like an ahegao toggle. That's funny. Oh, I think my food's here. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay, now you can hear me. Sorry. Oh man, I've been working my ass off all day, and I didn't get a chance to eat like at all today. I've just been working, and I finally got the chance, and I looked at the clock, and I was like, shit, it's like 20 minutes to stream. I don't have time to do it to get anything, so I guess I had to order it. Oh man, so apologies. I will be eating and drinking a bit during the stream. You're gonna get a little bit of a mukbang from me tonight. But I don't care because I'm fucking starving. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. Well, what I guess notice is that chat isn't showing up. Or is it? Do I guess have it covered? No? Strange. Why my chat's not showing up? That. There it is. It's so weird. Yeah, I don't know why it disappeared from that. That's strange. Anyway, we have shenanigans to go over, and there's plenty of them, chat. We got a lot of highs, a lot of lows. It's gonna be a fun one. I'm gonna try to get through it a little bit quicker tonight. But we'll see. You never know with these streams. So, switch over. There. There we go. Oh, we are quiet as hell. There we go. I'm covering the chat too. Let me move my guy down just a tad. There we go. That should do it. All right. So, first things first. An appetizer, as you would. Let me get it up here. This is one of the funniest things I've read in a long time. However, not unexpected. um, Remote Amazon tribe finally connects to internet, only to wind up hooked on porn and social media. This is like, because of course, you know, of course. Oh my god. Okay, let's read this thing. Let's read this thing. A reclusive tribe in the Amazon finally got hooked up to the internet thanks to Elon Musk. It's always Elon Musk's fault. I mean, they would say, follow the money. Well, Elon Musk has, like, most of the money, it seems. So, if we knew it would happen, we saw it happen globally over a long time. Yeah, exactly. It's just, I'm curious, because I haven't read this yet. I'm curious how fast it happened. Humans never change, indeed. Indeed. Okay, so Brazil's 2,000-member Marubo tribe has been left bitterly divided by the arrival of Tesla's founder's Starlink service 9 months ago, which connected the remote rainforest community along the Itui River to the web for the first time. When it arrived, everyone was happy. Tsainama Marubo, 73, told the New York Times. But now, things have gotten worse. Young people have gotten lazy because of the internet. They're learning the ways of the white people. Elon Musk is South African. It's his fault. It's Africa's fault. Blame Africa, you old hag. Starlink gave fully developed internet to the tribe. Yeah, I know. Oh man. Oh, look at it. They're holding it up like. This reminds me of like back in the day when you had to like wait for like days in front of a store for like Black Friday, and that's like the only way you could get a hold of like the new Xbox, the new PlayStation, and like the first customer would like walk out with like the box with the PlayStation above their heads like this and like triumph. That's what this reminds me of. They still do that with Apple phones, I think. People still line up for like a day or more in front of the Apple store when a new model comes out, and then like the first person that gets their model when they exit, they like hold it up in victory or whatever. It's kind of pathetic, to be honest. South African by birth, Canadian, and U.S. also by citizenship. Indeed, tell them about Alex Jones. Oh man, he's Alex Jones is not having a good time right now. That's for sure. Who installed it? I mean, that's a good question. Look at them all. Look, there's like a box here. There's like a whole pallet of them back here. Let's see. The Marubo are a chaste tribe who even frown upon kissing in public. Wow. This is a very puritanical tribe, it would seem. But Alfredo Marubo, all Marubo use the same last name. I guess that makes it easy. Or hard, depending on how you think of it. It's like the town from Blazing Saddles, where like everybody's last name is Johnson. Remember that? Remember that movie? Like Howard Johnson is right about Henry Jones, and Johnson is being right about James Johnson. Like everybody's last name is Johnson. Okay, said he is anxious that the arrival of the service, which delivers super fast internet to far-flung corners of the planet, and has been billed as a game changer by Musk, could upend standards of decorum. I mean, I guess they have electricity. I mean, because you don't need to have like landlines and stuff. That's the whole point of Starlink. It's satellite based. You don't have to like lay lines down or anything. I would guess. I mean, what language do they speak? Like, I assume that they can like translate the instruction manual in like a few, in a lot of languages. But like, these ancient tribes, man, they have their own damn languages. Like they don't just speak, Portuguese, or I think Portuguese is the primary language in Brazil. I think. I can't remember though. I'm not sure. Biblically, we had largely first names Samaria of Magdalene. Just give them the stream of Jones's rants. Oh my god, dude, they'd be fucking. Elon Musk is delivering red pills to the farthest flung corners of the world, is he not? Let's see. Alfredo said many young Marubo men have been sharing porn videos in group chats, and he has already observed more quote-unquote aggressive sexual behavior in some of them. Yeah, that happened so fast. We were young people are going to want to try it, he said that the kinky sex acts had suddenly been exposed to on screen. Yeah, that's the whole point of it. Like, the whole point of it is to be like, oh, that looks like fun. And then you try it and it fucking sucks. Like, that's like one of the things about porn that a lot of people don't understand is that, like, the majority of the shit that you see in porn isn't actually that fun. It's not fun to do in real life. Like, it's a pain in the ass. It requires a lot of flexibility that the majority of people don't have. And it's just like, it's you know, just stick to the basics, chat. You can't just stick to the basics. This would be a wake-up call to the rest of the world. We have slowly begun heading this direction. I mean, yeah, that's true. Let's see. Everyone is so connected that sometimes they don't even talk to their own family. Yeah, this is the more together technology brings us, the more far apart we become in real life, right? That's this whole this dichotomy of social media technology. Most of the things they do are for the visual filming. That's it. For yeah, exactly. Like that's the whole thing about it, is that porn is an excessively deceptive industry, and like what it's portraying to you versus what is like real. You know what I mean? Starlink works by connecting antennas to 6,000 low orbiting satellites. Yeah, the necessary antennas were donated to the tribe by American. Oh, so it's this guy's fault, Allison Renault. It's not Elon Musk's fault. It's Allison Renault's fault. Who the fuck? This is not an American name. My American entrepreneur proceeds to give me French name. What the fuck? Initially, the internet was heralded as a positive for the remote tribe, who were able to quickly contact authorities for help with emergencies, including potentially deadly snake bites. I mean, yeah, that's pretty awesome. I seen there's a lot of cool technology emerging to like basically like reach these remote areas of the southern hemisphere, basically. Like I've seen one, it's like a drone plane system where they literally just stick it on. It's essentially like a crossbow. They fire the plane into the air like a crossbow, and then they remote control it, and it carries like medical supplies and stuff to like remote tribes that would otherwise take like a really long fucking time to get to them. So these remote tribes are set up with like these cell phones, and they can, if something bad, like life-threatening happens, they can call this medical system, and they'll basically use drone airdrops with the medical supplies, and they'll get it to them in minutes. And it's actually saved like a lot of lives, like all across Africa, because these things that used to take, they would be dead before they could get to them. That's like much less common now because of this drone technology. It's pretty cool stuff, actually. I don't care if I have the tendons of a 90-year-old. I want to be thrown into the Amazon for Sabrina Scary Achy Goth Mommy. I fucking feel you, NDA. I totally get where you're coming from. Yeah, there's some stuff you see where you're just like, oh man, that's hot. That looks like so much fucking fun. But then like the moment you think about it, like after you've got like that post-nut clarity and you think about it for like 10 seconds, you're like, oh fuck that. That's horrible. Oh man. Allison is a woman and mother of 11 children. Damn, she getting busy. Ran a business and graduated Harvard. Well, that doesn't mean anything. Like, who gives a like, Harvard doesn't exactly pump out the best students anymore, do they? As of late, she's been largely trying to help Africa. I mean, I don't see a problem with that, honestly. I actually saw a really good movie, called what was it called? It was The Boy Who Harnessed the Wind, or something like that. Boy who controlled the wind. No, it wasn't controlled. It was harnessed or something. But it's about this really remote African village, and they're their irrigation system basically, like, there's like a rainy season that like floods their farms or whatever, and it kind of like destroys their crops, and they're basically at risk of like dying, like the whole village dying. And this was like modern day, like it's based on a true story, and it's based in like now basically, because there's still like all these remote places all across Africa that don't have access to like, like clean running water like 24/7, 365. They're still like relying on like storing water for the winter and that kind of stuff. But the whole movie is about this boy who is particularly, he's like really smart, and he's like really gifted with like engineering, but like he's in the middle of no bumfuck Africa, so like he doesn't have access to like a good education system. And he would have gotten into like this good education system, but his family couldn't afford it. And so he like snuck into the library to like read books on his own, and it's about him basically discovering like a little gyroscopic power generator that one of the school teachers or principals or whatever uses on their bike. And he basically learns about like windmills and how windmills work, and so he basically jigs up a well pump harnessing windmills in combination with this bicycle little gyroscopic motor thing. And he basically like saves this whole village by basically enabling the well to work all year round, every single day at all times, using this like contraption. It's actually it's a little cool little story actually. So anyway, remember the good old days when going to an Ivy League school like Harvard was the only way to rack up 6-figure college Pepperidge Farm and Gen X members? Oh my god. I'm glad that I did. I only managed to rack up a 5-figure debt with my school. Which I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die with. I think when I die, it's gonna say on my tombstone, he still owed 1 penny in student loans to the government. Anyway, let's keep reading. Let's see, we read that. Okay, so where's this place? Into River, deep in the Amazon. Oh wow, that's really upstream. Holy shit, it's way up here. It's actually it's really close to Peru. That's how far in it is. Holy shit. It's already saved lives. Aniqua Marubo for. I mean, you already said that everybody in this tribe uses the same last name, Marubo, so you don't have to keep saying their last name. Like, come on, get a copy editor. Inokwe 40 stated, members are also able to share educational resources with other Amazonian tribes and connect with friends and family who now live elsewhere. It has also opened up a world of possibilities for young Marubo, some of whom have been unable to conceptualize what lays beyond their immediate surrounds. You know what this sounds like? This sounds like an Amish tribe, doesn't it? It kind of sounds like they live by the old ways in like these isolated areas, but they're still like in a way attached to the modern world. You know what I mean? Like they're kind of like living in between. So they give like their sons like the option to leave, but if they leave, they can't ever come back, and yada yada yada. Like, I don't know why this is giving me like it's like I don't know, it's like tribal Amish vibes to me. Nice fucking piercings this guy's got. Wonder if that attracts the ladies. One teen told the Times that she now dreams of traveling the world, while another says she aspires to become a dentist in Sao Paulo. That's noble. However, Inoke also complained of the significant downsides. It changed the routine so much that it was detrimental, he stated. Oh, here they are. They're installing it. This doesn't look like a tribesman. This looks like a Starlink employee right here. This is probably a tribesman, though. The guy on the right. The foreground. Let's see. In the village, being installed last September. Okay, so it has been literally 9 months. In the village, if you don't hunt, fish, and plant, you don't eat. Some young people maintain our traditions. Tamase 42 added. Others just wanted to spend the whole afternoon on their phones. Wait. They gave them phones too? Like, they didn't give them computers, they just gave them phones? I'm sorry, but porn on the phone just doesn't cut a chat. Come on. I want that immersive experience, goddammit. Tribes people became so addicted that Marubo leaders, fearing that history and culture, which is passed down orally, could be lost forever. They have now limited access to the internet for 2 hours each morning, 5 hours each evening, and all day Sunday. Wow. I'm honestly not entirely against that. So, I'm actually like, honestly, to me, like, I don't think that like a kid should have a phone until they're like in high school, to be honest. Like, not like no phones in the schools. I mean, like, no, the kid literally doesn't own a phone. Like, it looks like these tribesmen are catching up to that pretty quick, it seems. But parents still worry the damage may already be done. Another father, Kpai Marubo, said he's anxious about his children playing violent first-person shooter games. Oh no, they've gone down the Call of Duty to mass shooter pipeline. Oh man, immersive experience. You want your smut in VR? I mean, yeah, that'd be awesome. Oh my god. So now it's not just the porn; it's violent video games too. Now they've reached the 80s. They have reached the Jack Thompson state of a video game discourse chat. They were introduced. Wait a minute! I just thought first-person shooter games. But is all they have phones though? Like, what games are they playing? What like super violent first-person shooters are only available on phones? Like, like Call of Duty and stuff like that aren't on phones. Like, I don't. They must. So, the moment they got the internet, they were like, "Yeah, we need like computers and PlayStations now, so we can do violent video games too." Yeah, probably Chinese bootlegs, maybe. Isn't that like a huge? No, it's Japan. There's a big population of Japan in Brazil. I think it's Japanese. Might be China. No. It's doesn't China actually have a significant population in Africa right now because they're like basically like kicking the United States and the West's ass and like partnering with Africa to develop it into like a first world continent? I don't know. United States sells them, gay pride flags, and China sells them like actual like skill sharing and military building and actual useful nation building shit. Meanwhile, we're over here screaming at their flags that screaming in Africans' faces that chicks can have cocks. I fucking hate our country. I shouldn't say that. I hate our culture. I'll say that. I'm worried that there's something gonna want to mimic them. Oh man, countdown to the first Marubo tribe school shooting. Meanwhile, other than say that they've fallen victim, I mean, the cartels are everywhere. They got to have their. It can't be that hard to get their hands on, powerful munitions, right? China owns Africa's infrastructure. They pretty much have a small city that acts as an oil refinery town. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, China's actually smart. Even out of the West can't figure out what the fuck a woman is. We're fucking doomed, chat. Better start learning Chinese before you can, like now. So you can learn how to say I surrender, I surrender. Flora Dutra, a Brazilian activist who works with indigenous tribes, was instrumental in helping connect the Marubo to the internet. She believes anxieties about the internet are inflated and asserts that most tribes people wanted and deserved access to the World Wide Web. What the fuck calls it the World Wide Web anymore? What? Nobody's called it the World Wide Web since the 90s. That's what the hell. She believes in. I don't know if they're inflated, honestly. Like, their experience, they basically just speed ran what like the rest of the world is like going through in terms of like the downsides of having access to the internet. Still, some officials in Brazil have criticized the rollout of the remote communities, saying special cultures and customs could now be lost forever. That's a shame. This is called ethnocentrism, Dutra said of such critiques. The white man thinking that they know what's best. God damn, dude. Dutra. Yeah, Dutra doesn't sound like a white name. But, like, aren't you engaging in, like, if you're like a brown woman, aren't you just doing, like, the brown woman who knows best? Like, that's what you're doing. Like your skin tone doesn't determine whether you're not, like, you get to have a say in, like, what you think is best for a civilization or a village like this. Like, come on. This is retarded, knee-jerk, in, what do you call it? Identity political, hand-wavy bullshit. This is called ethnocentrism because I'm an academic cunt. Ah, that kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. Holy shit, there's a lot of comments on this one. The double tongue of science and technology strikes once more. The claim is always made that its mere existence will be for the betterment and enrichment of societies and cultures, ushering in a utopian environment, all the while the insidious dark side silently degrades and destroys the human spirit. I mean, yeah, there's a good and bad side to everything. This isn't some esoteric. This guy is saying, he's basically saying, yeah, there's a yin and yang to everything. Like, there's nothing insightful here. Sierra Bear. Anyway, that was interesting. All right. What's next? What we got next? What's next? I gotta take a bite of my pizza. Oh my god, that's so good. Sorry, I muted myself because I took like 2 huge bites. Oh my god. So good. Okay, let's do a somber yet not like depressing story. Okay. Sort of pizza. It is the a Domino's pan pizza with pepperoni and mushrooms. Those are my toppings, chat. Okay. Doge Ming dog Kabosu dead at 18 after cancer battle. R.I.P. F's in chat. F's in chat for the epic Doge dog passing. That's the second one now, I think. Like the two super famous internet dogs are now both officially dead. I guess I don't have to say official there. Had a 4-cheese pizza earlier, though I turned it into a 5-cheese. God, that sounds like an artery clogger. Oh man, I don't think this is gonna be a long one, but Kabosu, the dog behind the Doge meme and the face of Dogecoin, has died at the age of 18 after struggling with her health. First of all, I didn't know it was a female. Second of all, 18. That's a good run for a dog. Because generally when it comes to dogs, the smaller they are, the longer they live. Doge dogs are, like, pretty small. They're not like purse puppy small, but they're pretty small. So I think that 18 is a pretty dang good run for a pupper. The Japanese Shiba Inu, who won the hearts of millions of people across the world, has been suffering from leukemia and liver disease. Oof. Her owner, Atsuko Sato, took to Instagram to announce the news on Friday, the 24th of May, to Kabuso's 525,000 followers. God damn, chat. This dog got over 500,000 followers just by giving this a look. Well, the hell am I even doing, chat? I'll be lucky if I ever get 1,000. From my had a cat that lived over 20 years. Yeah, cats live longer than dogs do. Depends, but I think cats typically live... Like, it's normal for a cat to get, like, 16, 17, 18. That's normal. Most dogs die before they hit 16, though. They don't live very long. To all of you who loved Caboso, on the morning of the 24th of May, Caboso crossed the Rainbow Bridge. Thank you all so much for your support over the years. Atsuko Katsato, her owner, wrote on Instagram. She went very peaceful without suffering, as if falling asleep, while feeling the warmth of my hands petting her. Thank you all so much for loving Caboso all these years. I am certain Caboso was the happiest dog in the world. That makes me the happiest owner in the world. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to everyone who has sent such love to us. Sato, a teacher from Japan, adopted Caboso in 2008 when she was sent to an animal shelter after her puppy mill shut down. Oh. Well, that kind of sours my opinion of her a little bit. She ran a puppy mill. Caboso became an internet sensation when a 2010 photo of her crossed paws and a slight smirk spread on Reddit and Tumblr. A Reddit user at the time referred to the image as Doge, and the unintentional misspelling of dog, a nod to a 2005 episode of Homestar Runner. I did not know that. I had no... Oh, look at that. Oh, my God. Tell me that's not the happiest pupper in the world. Holy crap. Doge meme became popular in 2013 as people use colored Comic Sans text to overlay the photo with broken English phrases like, wow, so scared, and what are you doing surrounding Caboso? Man, those are some fucking boomer-ass memes. I'm waiting for the line where the funeral turned into a barbecue. Well, they're not Korean. In 2021, the Doge meme sold as a, oh my god, it's NFT for $4 million? Oh man, can you imagine spending $4 million on a fucking Doge NFT? Oh my god. Oh man, I wonder if he's kicking himself. Caboso is also the face of the cryptocurrency Dogecoin, which was originally created as a joke currency and is the sleeve sponsor of English football team Watford Football Club. Okay. I think I actually own some Dogecoin. I'll have to like log into my account and check. I haven't logged into my cryptocurrency account in like 2 years. Because they always say like you buy it and then you just like forget about it, right? Anyway, R.I.P. R.I.P. for the wonderful Doge dog. Alright. There's some pretty fucking wild ones. Oh, I just looked at the pistol. That looks cool. The Battle of Resaca. The 15th of May, 1864. I like... Is the ring... There's a ring on the trigger. Is that like so you can like... Do like a 2-finger trigger pull? That's pretty cool. Yeah, it looks baller. Damn it, I didn't mute in time. Sorry. Okay. Check what crypto you got. Some of it has gone up in value. So I know I know like the crypto that I have isn't really worth much. It hasn't really changed, to be honest. And it doesn't matter. Like Dogecoin hasn't gone up or down in value, and I know the other ones that I do have. And I know that they haven't changed. In fact, they've all probably gone down. Because the idea behind crypto is that, like, you buy a whole bunch of it right out of the gate when it's, like, basically free. And you just buy a whole bunch of different currencies. And then you just hope that one of them goes to the moon, right? That's, like, the whole idea behind crypto investment. And that just hasn't happened. So... Okay. God. Okay, I have to do this one. We have to watch this first. Oh, this is a full-on movie. Okay. I kind of just want to... Well, I don't want to react to this. I just want to do the article. Go. Kick streamer under fire for daring woman to jump in a lake and then running away. This is every bit of this is just so fucking stupid. Oh my god. So obviously the quote unquote hot girl, who's basically just skinny girl, um, basically trolled this. I mean, this creature to jump into a lake, knowing that she couldn't swim. Let's get into this. Kick streamer Natalie Reynolds is coming under fire after asking a woman to jump in a lake and then fleeing when the woman screamed for help, saying she couldn't swim. Like, if you can't swim, don't take the dare. Like, like again, all sides of this is just like, this is one of those scenarios where it's just like, there's a lot of people out there that like, especially that live in like metropolitan areas, who have like completely surrendered their natural survivor instinct over to just like cosmopolitan conveniences. So they just have no survival instinct left in them. And like, I swear to God, that's what this sounds like. Like, I'm a giant woman who obviously looks like, sinks like a brick. Can't swim, and yet on a dare jumps into a lake. Like, I'm sorry, but there's just no survival instinct there. The incident occurred on during a May 29th broadcast, during which Reynolds and a group of friends were participating in a scavenger hunt orchestrated by fellow streamer Ice Poseidon. I don't know who any of these fucking people are. The premise of the scavenger hunt required the broadcasters to scan various RFID tags in the area in order to win a prize, which Reynolds said she would give away to her viewers. As the streamers came upon a lake, a woman nearby offered to jump in with Natalie, who joked that she would prefer skinny dipping with her instead. So, wait a minute. So, the fat woman is the one who offered to do the jump in? What? I can't swim. I would like to jump in a lake with you. That's even dumber. What the hell is going on here? At first, the woman seemed game to take a dip in the lake with Reynolds. Yeah, let's do it, the woman said. Are you really going to do it? I'll do it. Oh, look at that. Oh my god, this fucking... This face. It's, of course, she's got the big fucking... The black, thick-framed glasses. What is with that? Why is that a fashion? Why is pretending to be visually impaired fashion? What the hell is that about? I don't understand it. Posting a video that shows the savage action working. The ring works the hammer and rotates the cylinder. Oh. Huh. Okay. Okay. That basically means that you could fire a revolver like a pistol, is what that means. Because you don't have to hit the hammer. That's pretty freaking cool. Sounds like it would take some practice to get like the motor skills to be able to do that efficiently, though. Like, you'd have to practice that. Ice Poseidon told me you need to swim in the water, Natalie explained. You should jump in the water right now. Just start swimming and you'll find it. Would you do that? You should jump in the water to find it for me. Why don't you jump in with me? The woman countered. Reynolds then offered her $20 to find the tag for her, claiming she would jump in after her, but the woman was adamant that she specifically wanted to skinny dip with Reynolds, who she called gorgeous. Oh, it sounds like she was a fan. Reynolds explained she was uncomfortable with the proposition and said she was just 17 years old, causing the woman to back down and say she was too young for her. However, Natalie continued to ask women to jump in the lake to find the tag, something she eventually agreed on doing. What if I drown? The woman asked. I haven't been in the water I do kind of want to jump in. I'll jump in with my sandals on. What the fuck is this conversation? Like, there's no... like, why did she mention her sandals? Like... Oh my gosh. But that's the thing, though. It's interesting. It sounds like the streamer was actually like, trying to get to like was actually trying to like what do you call it, like almost pacify the situation, like, hey, calm down, I like, I'm not interested in weird skinny dipping with you, I just want you to go down and get the thing. Like, you know what I mean? Woman dove into the lake head first, appearing to shock Reynolds, who got into an argument with the woman as to whether or not she told her to jump in. I mean, she sounded pretty enthusiastic about it. I have to say, she's not mentally well. Streamer was taking advantage of a mentally unwell homeless woman. Is that what this is? Reynolds was then told to leave the area after an employee at a nearby boat rental company informed her that swimming in the lake was illegal. What the fuck is going on? She exclaimed, seeming stunned by the situation. I thought she was working here or something. I can't believe she did that. Is she mentally okay? I thought she was just trying to have fun. I thought she was drunk or something. Things took a turn when the woman began screaming for help, saying she was stuck. I mean, look at you. You get stuck by jumping in the air, lady. While floating in the water. I can't swim. I can only float. Okay, so streamer has done this for shit in the past. Okay, so it sounds like the streamer appears on the dock. I mean, I guess we could try to watch it here. Oh my gosh, we can watch it here. Let me turn the desktop audio on. Yeah, there we go.
No.
No. All right. I was, you know why I wasn't going to? Because my feet were getting
You should
hot.
just jump in right now.
But I'm gonna jump in with my shoes on.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah. Ready? Oh! Wait, what the fuck? Did you see her ass? What? Oh,
You said it was okay.
You said you wanted to swim.
You told me to jump in.
I didn't tell you to jump in.
Yes,
Yeah, you did.
yes.
Just
You said you were gonna
Thank you guys. We're gonna have you guys get off the stop.
Wait, who is that? What the fuck is going on? We should... I don't even...
Okay, I guess that's the whole event. What? Gotta go back a little if possible. I started at the beginning of the clip. Like, I can't.
Right?
This is
No.
where it starts.
No. All right.
So it sounded like this kind of mentally unwell lady was like, she's the camera, and she's like, oh, I could do some crazy shit on camera. I'm gonna and I'm gonna jump in, and then, like, the girls, the streamer's just like, yeah, jump in, like egging her on, I guess, but like in a joking way. I don't know. This is weird. This doesn't include the whole amount of the leading up to the situation. The broadcast has sparked a wave of backlash against Reynolds on social media, which one user calling the situation disgusting. Please say it's scripted, another wrote. Streaming culture is horrible, another said. However, Reynolds is... I'm not going to comment on that. I am a streamer. I am biased. But, like, it's not streamer culture. It's IRL, like, trolling for clout culture. That's the problem. It's not streaming culture. There's a ton of totally fine, good streaming. Like this channel. However, Reynolds is hitting back at the criticism, explaining her side of the story in a post on X. The lady wanted to swim. They told me to leave and stop filming. That's why we left. And she got the help she needed and is fine. She wrote, stop dragging shit. Yeah, she didn't look like she ran away like it said. Like, she jumped in and like, the actual employees immediately were like, get off the dock. You know what I mean? Like, I want to take her side on that regard, but everything leading up on that is very up to that is pretty damn sus. I didn't see the whole clip. I know I'm gonna watch the YouTube video, because that's pretty much the end of the article. Because this is just going over past drama with her. Let me do this. Let me bring up the YouTube video that covered it.
A live streamer filming a contest portrays pretty much every negative stereotype about IRL streams.
I'm trying to find this RFID scanner.
Where?
You should jump in the water right now, just start swimming and you'll find it. Would you do that?
What?
You should
What?
jump in the water to find it for me.
Well, why don't you jump in with me?
I'll give you $20.
$20.
I'll jump in after you.
What? We're jumping together.
Well, I
Take off your clothes then.
You want me to take off my
Yeah,
clothes?
okay.
You want to see me naked?
Yeah, sure do.
So obviously this person is unwell, whether it's her mental capacity, being under the influence, or uncontrollable thirst. Normal functioning adults don't act like this, especially when a camera is shoved in their face. But sadly, when a live streamer encounters somebody like that in the wild, their first instinct is, I'm gonna make content off of their confusion.
You still want a skinny dip?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like they've made this. They've become professional at this. It's like taking advantage of just like people who aren't used to being on camera. Like, and when you put a camera in someone's face, they tend to change if they're not used to being on camera. And it's like live streamers like this have like become experts at manipulating people once they're on camera like this. The employees are for the shop, not the waterway. It's just a prank bro. Channel's niches have been in cancer since 2010. Yeah, dude. Like, I mean, there have, yeah, like the whole. I've always like thought. How do I put this? It seems like the prank culture stuff. It starts off innocently enough because they're just starting off. So the content is fresh, so they don't have to like go like insane with it. But like the nature of like all of the kind of people who engage in this kind of streaming, they have to constantly one up themselves over and over and over and over and over again. It's like the whole cycle, like it makes it so it's inevitable that like they're gonna step over the line sooner or later, and it's like they almost become experts at like how to like hide the fact that they stepped over the line, so, and it's just like, yeah, it's all of this, a lot of this IRL shit that relies on like interactions, like trolly kind of interactions with strangers. They always end up stepping over the line, and this kind of shit happens as a result of it because they just don't know when to like step away. Everything is like, oh, this will be good content. It's always from the perspective of content. There's no, it's like fucking tunnel vision, and it's cancerous. That's why I prefer to stream without leaving the house. These particular streamers have been more insane trying to compete against people like Ice Poseidon back at his peak when it was the Wild West of streaming. Yeah, I mean, remember Jake Paul on the Japanese forest? I mean, you have to remember that the Japanese forest, like, Jake Paul did a ton of awful shit in Japan before the Japanese forest incident. Like, he was going around. I mean, he was like almost like Johnny Somali levels of insufferable asshole to Japanese citizens before he went into that forest and became infamous, right? Yeah, the forest was the last straw. I think that people don't realize that the forest was like the last awful thing he did in Japan. And people don't remember all of the other awful shit that he did in Japan before that. So, yeah, Jake Paul's an absolute piece of shit. Is he the one fighting Tyson? I hope Tyson kicks his ass. Although I guess Tyson, I think that's actually one of the articles. It's not really, I'm not really going to cover it here, so we can just talk about it. But like, the fight got delayed because of an ulcer flare-up on Mike Tyson's side. But I honestly want that fight to happen, and I want Tyson to just annihilate that kid. He's the boxer. Yeah, he's the boxer. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I think he's grown since then. I mean, he seems to be just doing the boxing thing, right? I think that's all he's been doing, and I mean, for what it's worth, I don't know what his fight history is. I know that he wins, but I also know that the people he fights aren't like I don't know. It seems like every person he fights is some kind of special gimmicky celebrity or something like that. I can't remember exactly. I don't follow that shit. I don't follow IRL streamer stuff like at all. I don't want to defend Jake or Lynn. I think both have largely muted more since they got involved in these controversies. Those wins got to be predetermined. I mean, I don't think so necessarily. I've seen Jake Paul training, and he trains legit. Although I have seen training videos for the Tyson fight, and he's like nowhere close to what Tyson's doing for training. But I mean, it kind of reminds me of like when professional wrestlers they try their hand at like MMA, and then they always get their fucking asses handed to them, because they think that like, yeah, I know that like I'm going from like a scripted thing to like a real thing, but I'm athletic as fuck and I've been trained to fight. I think I could do it. And then they get their asses handed to them. Except Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar is like one of the people who like, he started in the UFC, went to the WWE, and he goes back and forth, right? So he actually knows what the fuck he's doing in an octagon. But CM Punk? CM Punk quit the WWE and tried to get into MMA, and he just got his ass handed to him in every fucking fight. I think he went 0-3 and then quit. Like, he could not handle it. MMA to WWE doesn't generally translate well. They aren't as entertaining. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, they're two completely different styles of entertainment. They seem like they're related. I mean, to the point where I don't know the relationship of like the business relationship between Dana White's UFC and I guess it's who's running WWE now? It's not Vince. Is it Triple H? Is that who's running WWE right now? And Vince's daughter, Stephanie McMahon, I think. See, and it needs to tell a story. Yeah, like, oh, dude, CM Punk, dude, he fucking burned that bridge. He burned the hell out of that bridge. Holy shit. WWE is more the show. You see it, and it needs to tell a story. Yeah, like, again, the entertaining stuff about, well, I mean, the UFC and the WWE kind of play up similar kind of story beats. Like in the UFC, like they build up like these rivalries, and they kind of hype up like a big fight, and like they hype them as rivals and this kind of stuff. Or like, you know, they fought before a year ago, and this person lost, and he's out for revenge and that kind of stuff. But they can't like, they're really limited in like what they can do to like tell a story in the UFC. Whereas the WWE, it's all about the story, right? It's all about the story and the certain how well the spots, you know, are choreographed and executed inside the ring. It seems like there's a lot of translatable skill sets, but there's actually not a lot. The only real skill set that you're translating between WWE and UFC is athleticism. That's pretty much it. Story first is WWE, fight first is UFC, MMA. Yeah, exactly. And it's the story that makes people care about a fight in the WWE, whereas the fight speaks for itself in the UFC. They're very different beasts, even though they seem similar. Where the hell was I going to this? We were talking about live streamers. Oh yeah, Jake Paul. I've seen Jake Paul train, and he does seem to have some legitimate skill. The guy is tall, and he's got a long-ass fucking reach, which is very advantageous in a boxing ring. However, against Mike Tyson is a short, stout motherfucker. He gets in close, and he'll just absorb a few hooks. He'll get inside you, and he'll just knock your ass out with that right uppercut. You know? Like, he is fucking dangerous. There is no single punch that Jake Paul can use to knock Mike Tyson out. It is not happening. But the moment Mike Tyson gets in on Jake, it's over. Like, if Jake... And I can't see it, because all Mike's got to do is control the ring. Because that's one of the big things about boxing, is controlling the ring and, like, where you're positioned in reference to your opponent and where the ropes and stuff are. If Mike can get Jake Paul into a corner or up against the rope, gets in close, and it's over. Like, that's how easy it will be. Height is overrated. True, but reach isn't. Reach is very important in fighting. Brock was getting gas in WWE when he moved over. Yeah, dude. Again, because it's a different skill set. That's why Brock's matches are so fucking short. Like, Brock only knows, the only moves that Brock knows are his signatures and his finishers. That's all he knows. And the German suplex, and that's it. Tyson's going to eat both ears this time? God, I hope so. Oh, man, I hope he has it with icing. The reach has to hurt. Well, if you know what you're doing, it's easy to... Like, you're taught, if you have, like, a reach advantage, you're taught how to leverage your reach when you're training for boxing or fighting in any way, for that matter. They can move and quit, that reach is nulled. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Jake Paul trains, the way he trains to take advantage of his reach. Whereas Tyson, what does Tyson do? He puts his hands right up against his ears. He covers up. He turtles up, and then he uses his footwork to just get inside of you. He takes a couple punches, and then he sneaks in that fucking right hand uppercut, and bam, it's over. Lights out. That's what Tyson does. And he's a master at it. And I can't imagine Jake being able to defend against that, or to be able to nullify that. I think that Jake is going to get knocked out in the first round, to be honest. I really do. There's also getting used to fighting and getting used to getting hit. Yeah, and like, you notice that, like, Tyson, where does he cover? Like, he keeps his elbows up, right? He keeps his elbows up, he keeps his hand on his ears. And that protects his jawline, protects his cheeks, and it protects the side of his eyes. So basically and he actually even kind of turtles his chin in as well. So it minimizes, like, the squishy parts of his face that can get hit. Basically, he makes it so the only part of his head that you can hit is his skull. And he can basically just take hits to the skull all day. He's fine. You know what I mean? He's mastered that little defensive turtle at getting in on people and just going all hell on them. It's amazing. I'm at that low end of my weight class, and I've fought two guys at the top of said class. One guy was 8 inches shorter, and the other was a foot taller. Short King broke my ribs. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Short people, they tend to be faster. They get inside of you and nullify your reach. And they tend to be quicker. And they also have a lower center of gravity, which actually makes them better for wrestling as well. Where, like, tall people with, like, you know, lanky ass people like me, you know, we're trained. I'm trained. I train in Kali, primarily, and Kali is all about. One of the reasons I train it, it's super effective for a guy like me because I'm super lanky, and Kali is all about like ghost boxing, and there's some kickboxing in there, low kicks, and there's a ton of what's called Dumog. It's basically like push pull, which is basically like wrestling in like the arm bar, and like it's like jiu-jitsu but for Filipinos. That's basically what it is. And tall people are really good at that. Tall people are really good at getting leverage on like limbs and shit like that. I actually think like tall people are, if a tall person is flexible, that is like ideal for like a jiu-jitsu guy, right? Because you could take advantage of that leverage over your opponent so well, when you have longer limbs like that. And it also makes it harder for them to get in on you and get the upper hand on, like, you know, if an opponent tries to shoot in on you, you know, and grab your legs and take you down. It's harder if they're short. They're shorter than you, for them to do that. But anyway, I'm gonna. Well, let's go back. Let's circle back around and get back to the topic. We just went on a massive tangent there.
If you go first, we'll do rock, paper, scissors. If you go first, just can you look for the scanner?
I can jump in and not gonna get in trouble. Right?
No.
No. All right. Okay,
You should just jump in right
But
now.
I'm gonna jump in with my shoes on.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah. Ready? Oh!
Okay, so we see the rest of the video. Okay, so I see like she did start off immediately be like egging that person on to jump into the lake, right? So even if she didn't know it was illegal, fine, I'll give her that. But the moment that the person was like, "Yeah, you want to skinny dipping with me" and all this kind of stuff, it's just like, yeah, I don't. You know, like this is where like the cancerous clout chasing, not clout chasing, like what do you call it? I don't even know what to call it. It's just toxic streamer behavior to do this shit. These taking advantage of people on camera who aren't used to being on camera, all this kind of stuff. It's just fucking gross. So I can't. I really, and especially it's especially prevalent among like hot girl streamers, like because they think that because they're hot they can get away with it, and they do a lot of the times. I think it's only recently where they stop getting it. They don't get away with it like they used to, and I think a lot of it is because of the massive backlash against the gym girl wave, like the gym girl shit, where like hot girls would go into gyms, they dress very provocatively, and then like they would just wait for someone to just glance at them. And then the content would then be them berating the guy who glanced at them, right? Like, that's, like, toxic hot girl behavior. And, like, that shit is basically, like, doesn't fly at all anymore. Like, nobody tolerates that shit. To the point where, like, that whole... Like, gyms have even largely banned phones and cameras and stuff inside, like, the workout areas and stuff like that. Like, that shit has... That shit has like so been clamped down on that it's basically a dead live streamer genre at this point. A lot of pretty petty dudes too. Don't let them get away. Oh yeah. That's true. Take advantage of unwell people. Conscious layer and an unconscious one. Some people panic when they have to get into a real fight. I mean, that's one of the things that you train against when you're training for a fight, like in MMA and stuff like that. Like they'll just train you in how to take hits. Like one of the very first steps in that is like basically you lay down on your back and you get into like a sit-up position, and then your trainer will take a medicine ball and they'll just blast you in the gut with it 9 times in a row, 9 to 12 times, just bam, bam, bam. And you basically have to learn how to like exhale when you get hit in the stomach, so you don't get the wind knocked out of you and stuff like that. And you just have to learn like how to take a body blow, And they'll draw like a circle or like a grid, so like they're hitting you in the torso at all the different points that you're gonna get hit in a fight. And then they'll do the same thing on your face too. They'll just knock you to the point where like they'll get right up damn close to like full on 100% fighting, in the simulation where they're training, just to get you used to like, you need to be able to take a fucking right hook to the cheek and just, wave it off. You need to learn how to do that because you're gonna get hit in a fight. I think there's pushback on how long men have just let women get away with simple stuff, that now it's slacked. Yeah, they didn't follow the OSHA law, right? What is the OSHA rule? Or it's like report all the small little safety violations, because like small things turn into big things, and if you don't report the small things, it'll turn into big things, and that's when you get problems. That's kind of universal, You let a small thing go for too long, it turns into a big thing, and now it's an actual problem. Might overlook one thing, but after more than a decade of developing, it's done. Yeah, that people think that like, oh, I've noticed that we finally noticed this bad thing that's been like happening and getting worse for like the last 10, 20 years. We needed to change it now, immediately. And it's just like, no, you have to change it the same way that they changed it. It takes as long or even longer to return to the way it was before, before the thing that you're fighting against started happening. Can't let people slide on little things, especially when they can become dangerous. Yeah, exactly. Like that. Unfortunately, what I think about that though is that I think a lot of people, I think it's a part of human nature, even maybe, where the only way for a lot of people to learn is to suffer from the fall. You know what I mean? Like, it's like the whole touching the stove when you're a kid thing. Like, it seems like the vast majority of kids, the only way for kids to learn to not touch the hot stove is they have to fucking touch a hot stove. Like, no matter how many times you tell them stove is hot, don't touch it, it's gonna hurt. They don't stop trying until they actually touch a hot stove and they get burned, and then they have to suffer for it, and then they learn the lesson. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's the same thing, like slide on little things. It's like, yeah, you can like get in their face about a little thing, but they're just gonna like blow it off as a little thing. But then it becomes a big thing. They suffer. And it's like, well, now you learned your lesson. You had to go through it to you had to go through the suffering for you to learn the lesson because you didn't listen to people's words. Same in BJJ, you learn how to fall, and then you're regularly tripped and thrown until it becomes second nature to take the fall and roll out of it. Yeah, exactly. Like, learning how to fall is a big thing. Any martial arts style worth of salt will teach you how to fall right. How to disperse and redirect energy. How to, like, BJJ, it depends on what you're training. Like, if you're training for like a fight in the ring, they're going to teach you to do the hand slap, where you like basically T-pose on the ground. You like slap the ground with your forearms and your hands, and you tuck your chin into your chest to prevent the back of your head from hitting the ground. But that shit doesn't work on pavement in a street fight. Like, in a street fight, you basically have to put your hands behind your head to protect it. You have to tuck your elbows in close to your, you have to like kind of scrunch your elbows in towards each other. And then you have to learn how to like fall on one shoulder or the other and then roll into the other shoulder. Like, learning how to fall is a major part of fighting, but it depends on what kind of fight you're training for. If you're training for self-defense and street fighting, it's a different... You have to do different things than falling in a ring. So, anyway, I think we've talked enough about this toxic streamer. Let's see what we got. Ooh. This is a fucking weird one. Holy shit. I haven't read this at all, but I saw the headline that was posted and I was like, what the absolute hell? Baby left on arena floor during Paris concert. Oh my god, this is fucking wild. Okay. Taylor Swift fans have bad blood with a fellow Swiftie who left their infant lying on the floor of the Paris arena where Taylor's performing. The shocking photo has gone viral for obvious reasons after it was posted by a woman who says she was at a Friday night show in La Defense Arena in the standing room section when she spotted the child. So she just left this infant on the floor and just fucked off. Like, holy shit, dude. The photo shows the baby lying on what appears to be a feathered boa or jacket as an adult, hopefully a parent or guardian, stands over them. So, there's the first question about just bringing an infant to such a huge concert. More than 45,000 streaming fans, and then there's the placement of a said infant. The woman who took the pic said the child did not seem to have some sort of ear protection for the loud music and crowd noise. Because that's the thing, like, just bringing an infant to an event like this is already like super irresponsible. Of course it would be a Swiftie. I know, right? Fucking Swifties, fucking Satan worshippers. Oh man. Her caption read, not to be one of those people, but I would generally call security if I saw a baby in the pit because it is not safe there. Yeah, I mean, like, I understand it's a Taylor Swift. You're not going to be like starting bonfires and getting it like mosh pitting around, like fighting each other around a fire, you know? But still, the pit, like, have you seen like the way crowds fucking move at these concerts? Like, it is like a tidal wave. Like, one person, a few people like nudge forward into the crowd and it creates this wave and people are falling over by the time it gets to the other end of the crowd. You know, like, it's kind of wild how dangerous these tightly packed crowds like really are, like for like trampling and just all kinds of shit. Many fans expressed their anger about the baby even being allowed into the arena. Yeah, absolutely. As one of them put it, I understand sitters are hard to find, so if you really needed to bring them, you shouldn't be in the pit. You should have a carrier for them. No, she just shouldn't be allowed. Just straight up. Like, that should just not be allowed. I have to say, though, like, I know that it's like a Swiftie, but it's also all these... It's a Swiftie getting called out by other Swifties. So, at least there's that. You know what they say? One person's trash is the person's oaken door. No. It's, that baby's gonna get, whisked away, and it's gonna get used for the baby juice that the elites drink to become immortal. What do they call that? You know what I'm talking about? They like extract the essence of infants and like they consume it because it'll give them like everlasting life or some crazy shit. I can't remember what it's called. That's what they're gonna do, and it'll probably be Taylor Swift herself. Taylor Swift spotted backstage sucking the life out of baby left on the floor of her own concert. That's there you go. Adrenochrome, yes, adrenochrome. That's it. That's what this baby is gonna get sacrificed to. That baby is gonna become a adrenochrome donor. Another said, what in the actual, why, just why would you risk that? Taylor's Sunday show in Paris is kicking off right about now. Let's hope this doesn't become a trend, especially on Mother's Day. Oh, man. Yeah, dude, that adrenochrome conspiracy is fucking wild, dude. And honestly, like, it sounds like one of those conspiracies that's like, yeah, like, yesterday's conspiracy is tomorrow's news, you know? It totally sounds like one of those kinds of scenarios. The chemical compound produced by the oxidation of adrenaline, epinephrine. Okay. I know that it's real. It's just like the fact that they think it like will give them everlasting life is funny to me. Should be funny to everybody. Oh my gosh. That was a short one. Crazy, but short. That off. Okay. Oh man, do I want to? Oh, there's a few in here that I feel like they should be in the Pride Month Pandemonium thread. Okay, we can get. Oh God. I have. Do I want to? Yeah, we're gonna. Okay, we're gonna do a first time reaction.
Yeah.
We're gonna react to the Hodge twins. I put a lot of the gay thread. I think the one posted outside of this one, Pride or gay specific. Fair enough. I have to cover this. This is so damn funny. Oh my god. The Hodge twins, when I first got in, like, when they first came across my radar, and they were doing, like, the dating advice shit, oh my god, like, that might be the closest I've ever come to actually dying of laughter, was these two guys. But anyway, I'll just let them explain what this is about. This is so damn funny.
Had a damn good show. This is a bizarre story.
Bizarre.
I haven't shared it with you. Kevin hasn't seen the story.
Oh, I'm gonna react right along with Kevin then.
Let's go to the video.
Well, we begin tonight with a disturbing story in Chambly, and we do want to warn viewers, the details may be considered graphic. Good evening, I'm Russ Spence.
I'm Courtney Bryant. Chambly police say a man is accused of performing a sex act on himself and leaving bodily fluids on a woman at Whole Foods.
Fox 5's Mary Smith is live.
That is the very, 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 very local news friendly way of saying, a dude whipped his dick out and jacked off and came on a girl's back in a grocery store. That's what happened.
Inside Chambly Police headquarters after speaking with the victim tonight. Mary?
Yeah, that's right. The victim says this happened during what was supposed to be a routine trip to Whole Foods, but the unthinkable happened.
Yeah, unthinkable is one way to describe it. He might have just had a short fuse, or maybe he just had a cup of it just with him. And he's like, yeah! I christened thee!
Horrified and enraged. Just no words. Disgusted.
By the way, like,
Dr. Sabine Lovell. Horrified and enraged. Just no words.
Look at this. Is this the kind of woman, like, I mean, this is very mid. This is not worthy of this kind of risk taking. You know what I mean? Like, come on, dude. You like, if you're gonna take this level of risk, like, go for the gold. You know, 4 out of 10. Yeah, this is a 3-4 out of 10. I agree 100%, Umbra. That's a little bit. Yeah, look at the jawline. That is a broad chin. That is a sharp jaw. I don't really see an Adam's apple though, so.
Disgusted. Dr. Sabine Lovell, a plastic surgeon here in Metro Atlanta, is still processing what happened to her during a trip to this Whole Foods on Peachtree Boulevard in Chambly Saturday. I was going to pick up a couple things. I see this gentleman walking down the aisle who's pretending to be shopping. And
why would she, after the incident, she still calls him, refers to him as a gentleman? Like, what the fuck?
and he's holding a basket. And he looked kind of like a normal gentleman, like late 20s, early 30s, nothing like extra suspicious about him. She says she then reached for a bag of chips, but felt something on her back. So I bent over to grab the chips, and as I was doing that, I felt something like wet and warm on my back. And so I put my hand on the small of my back, and then I saw that it was like this gooey, white substance, and I turn around and I see this guy looking at me, and then he zips his pants up. Lovell tells Fox 5 once she realized what happened, she chased the man before calling police. I wanted to draw as much attention as possible to the situation so that there would be a lot of witnesses.
She fucking chased him down, too.
A witness saw the man drive off in a black Kia. Investigators tell Fox 5 they identified a person of interest.
The vehicle of
ongoing. This was broad daylight on a Saturday. I'm sure Choice. He's done this before, or this could escalate to something more like rape or murder. So I want to make...
Yeah, this could escalate. I guess you could have 2 guys do it to you. Maybe she works at a shortcut. Faces have to be called gentlemen. No, she's a plastic surgeon. That's like kind of like the opposite in terms of like career paths, but from a stripper. Although I guess they're related. I bet plastic surgeons have a lot of stripper clients.
Make sure that this goes on his record and it follows him. And a spokesperson with Whole Foods
just like
said
he
that
followed
they are
her.
cooperating with the police investigation. We're live in Chambly. Mary Smith, Fox 5 News.
Just truly so disturbing, Mary. Really sorry that that woman had to go through that. Thanks.
Oh, shouldn't you apologize to the woman? Wow, whatever. This dude skeeting on women in public, huh? Yeah. You know what? To do something like that, you gotta have great timing.
I was thinking that too. Like, so like when you're bent over in an aisle to get something, your approach vectors are to your sides, right? So, and also when you're looking down, your peripheral vision increases, right? Like the only way to see behind you is by looking straight down at your feet, right? So if you're looking down and you're like facing one or the other side of an aisle, that means that guy had to be really fucking sneaky. You know what I mean? Like, and also like a skinny chef never trusted a plastic surgeon. Oh, I know, right? It's like the U.S. health surgeon person, the cock cabin lady. I can't remember her name. Levin. Something Levin. Rachel Levin? Is that her name? I went over this last stream too. The last reaction stream. Oh my god. But like, that's the thing though, like, she sees this guy. They're walking towards each other, right? She turns and they're already close to each other. First of all, she didn't notice anything weird about it until she felt the cum on her back, right? Which means he had, I don't know if he had a belt on, but he had to like undo his pants. Because you can't just like, like, she didn't hear the jostling of his zipper and all this other stuff. Like, she didn't hear, and also, how does it work? Like, I'm sorry, but like, even if I'm like hard, I gotta work it quite a bit to get it like, to fire. This guy, his cock must have been on like a hair trigger, right? Because that means he whipped it out. Even if maybe he was already like hard, right? He whips out, it's already hard, but you still gotta you gotta work on it, So it's like, he's gonna hurt. He's on a hair trigger. He gets up. There's just so many questions. I don't. No. She specifically said zip up, right? Is that what she said? Sweatpants, my dude. I don't think it was sweatpants, because she specifically said zip up. He had one in the pocket, ready to go. Up his sweatpants to get it out. Boom, all done. I mean, that's a hypothesis for sure. I'm not convinced though. Well, what are what questions they have? Because there's still 10 minutes of this video. I don't think we're gonna get into all of it, but
I mean, great timing. Like a God-given talent. I don't even think I could do that if I tried. I don't think I could do that if you paid me like $5 million. Well, I would. I could. You paid me $5 million?
I don't know.
I just edged the hell out of myself.
One's in the chat if you would do this for $5 million, chat.
Edge myself.
If you would do this for $5 million, give you a 1 in the chat. 2 if you wouldn't. I'm kind of on the fence.
I mean, before we even get that, this is horrible. Yeah, this. It goes without saying.
Probably lose my gun rights.
Yeah. You make a lot of this situation because we got. We're not making a lot of this situation.
That is. I mean, it is definitely interpretable as a irresponsible discharge of a weapon. Oh man. I don't know, for $5 million. I mean, I asked the chat, which means I have to answer this myself. I can't just ask chat to answer it. I have to answer this myself. For $5 million, it's easy to say no. I wouldn't do it. It's easy to say like I'm the virtuous person. But I want to say like if somebody like said like fanned out $5 million to me in the moment, I feel like I'd at least try. To be completely honest. I think she knew what was happening and she was elated. I don't know. Have to plan the hell out of it, get away to include bribe and security. No virtue here, just run cost risk assessment. I mean, what are the caveats to this? I mean, I would think that the caveats are you suffer the legal consequences. Right? Because, like, if there's no legal consequences, then you just kind of eat your dignity for 10 minutes and just do it. Right? Like, virtue would be damned. You're just gonna... I'm gonna kind of forego any kind of morals that I have to be comfortable financially for the rest of my life. You know what I mean? But the moment, like, law enforcement is involved, like, if that's a part of the equation, it becomes trickier. Because it's like, okay, I have $5 million, but I'm sitting in a jail cell. Like, what good's that $5 million? You know what I mean? I can't use it. It's no good to me. So it's like, I get $5 million, but how much did she get for the civil suit and the criminal trial? Yeah, exactly. Like, you're losing, $1 million of it, at least, probably. Because I don't know. I actually doubt it would be that high of a profile case, to be honest. Because it's so like cut and dry. You know what I mean? So I don't actually think it would cost like half of that money. But still, you're gonna end up in jail. You know what I mean? Which it's like I don't know what. But then again, I don't imagine that the sentence isn't going to be like a life sentence or anything, especially if you're a first time offender. You know, so it's like, okay, I'll take the I'll take the loss of dignity. I'll take the year or so of jail time, and then when I get out, I'm golden. You know, like even if I got up easy. Oh God, got off. Okay. Thanks, Outlaw. How much have I spent already? Ah, man, because they made money off committing the crime, they will likely rule the maximum towards the victim. I don't think that. I think that defeats the hypothetical scenario. That aspect of it. Like, I don't know, like that's not the point of the hypothetical, I guess. Like that's the thing. Like, what if you had to suffer the consequences? Like, here's here's the scenario. Like, yeah, you spend some money on a lawsuit, but like, what if I did this to you? Like, what if you had to do the deed for one, and then you had to suffer, let's say, 3 years in jail for it, which is a long time for. I feel like that's actually a long time for that. But I don't know. 3 years in jail, and you have to like actually go through with the deed, right? But you get the cool $5 million when you get out of jail. That's the hypothetical. Would you do it then? Like, you got the full $5 million, but you had to suffer jail time for it. Often it isn't just that. Well, that's the thing. Like, you could always you could always use weasel words. You still have the civil trial. I mean, okay. Let's say all your legal expenses are paid for. You know, like, I'm trying to present like a hypothetical here that's like, do you sacrifice your morality and suffer from jail time for the $5 million? That's the hypothetical. You have criminal and civil. There's no way out of it. No, that's the thing, though. Like, that's why I'm saying you're going to jail. Like, the hypothetical requires you to go to jail. That's the point. Like, you're going to go to jail, but you get the full $5 million once you get out of jail. So you have to do the deed, go to prison or whatever, and then you step foot out of prison, and a guy hands you $5 million in cash. Do you go through with it? 3 years in prison. That's I don't know. Like, for me personally, I kind of have to think about it, to be completely honest. No jail, no civil contracts are valid. Yeah. You have a woman that is 100% okay with it, and everyone is okay with it. Would you do it? Well, if everyone, I'm included in everyone, though, right? So, yeah, I'm gonna do it. But that's the thing. Like, I think that hypothetical changes. That changes now. Does it? Does it change the hypothetical? I'm not sure if it does. Everyone is okay with doing it. No grounds for any type of punishment. I mean, that's the thing. Like, this is now the hypothetical has changed to the weight of your own sense of morality versus that of society, right? Like, what has more weight to you? That's now the hypothetical. But then you've added $5 million in cash to society's side of that scale. So I personally still say no. I'm not putting myself to look like a one pump chump. Oh man. I mean, that's another thing. Like, the hotness of the girl, does that count? Does that matter? Does the hotness of the girl influence the decision? Like, imagine your dream woman, right? Actually, that makes it more likely you won't do it, because you don't want to basically, like, take your dream girl and, like, make her hate you and resent you for the rest of your life. So that doesn't really work. I don't know. I want to continue listening to the reaction.
We making light of the situation. We're cracking jokes about this. No, we're not cracking jokes on what happened. You cracking jokes on the side. Not regarding what happened to her. Yeah, not her. We just cracking jokes. We're making light of the situation. I'm not actually cracking jokes. You the one cracking jokes. Won't you take this serious? I'm gonna take a dude skeeting on women in public serious. Hey, remember that black dude? Well, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? I already said, dude's got to have great timing.
I like Keith's beard better. I mean, it's shorter, but it's cleaner. It's more kept.
How do you guess? That dude probably only, because she saw him walking, she turned around to get some chips. That dude gets whipped out and 2 strokes and he's blasting? That's what I'm saying. He's got great timing.
Well, he's got like no fuse.
Like a talent. I need about a good 5 minutes of pumping.
Yeah, that was my argument.
I can do it, man. I can go. 5 minutes of pumping. Yeah.
Yeah, like I gotta like. I gotta get the motor going, and I gotta let the car warm up. You know, like. Oh my god. Not like your dream woman is going to be interested in a dude that does that. Yeah, exactly. That's why I kind of retracted it, because I thought of that. And I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense.
I need 5 minutes of squeezing. I mean, I could do it. I mean, I would get caught because I can't just whip it out and then just. Well, you ain't skilled like that guy. That guy's got great timing.
It's not a matter of timing, though. It's a matter of speed. It's how fast can you whip it out, shoot your shot, and then get it back in. Like, that's not timing, that's speed. I've run into some women who take Minutemen as a compliment. You never know, man. I guess. That's like the, like married couples, when they have their first kid and they realize they have like no more time to themselves, so they start to value like those little quickies, like while the kid is, asleep or something like that. Like, we got 5 minutes. Let's go. Shamik was being able to shoot that quick. Yeah, it's a speed thing. Like, he must have known. Like, maybe he was like gooning all day. You know what I mean? And he was just like on a hair trigger. Like, all it took was like a couple rubs, and he was just like, yeah, hey, you know what I mean? Like, kids are just like edging all fucking day, just like right there. Maybe that's the case. Maybe, but even then, like, still kind of have to like get it going. You know what I mean? And it wasn't like he was like rubbing himself while he was walking up to her, because like she would have like turned around and been like grossed out and left. Like, I'm on Keith's side in this one. Like, it's not about the timing. It's just, I don't know. It's so.
The corn movies. Corn movies, yeah. Corn movies. Yeah, take the C off, put the P on. Yeah, I went down a dark rabbit hole. I came across that genre. Oh, I did too. Yeah. But I'm saved now. Thank Jesus. Yep. God wants you to see that. What? That's why you deliver. God works in mysterious ways. That dude needs God. No, he needs a girlfriend is what he needs. No, I'm pretty sure he's got wife and kids. That's something he does on the side. Hey, man, what's so funny?
I mean, I don't know, man. Like, sometimes guys, they get into relationships and they get into long-term they get stuck in these relationship ruts, and they end up doing some wild fucking shit to get out of it. Oh, man. That how I did a no November. After 2 weeks, I could finish in under 10 seconds. Lol. Fair enough. Hey, Cordell. Glad to see you're able to chat. Oh, man. So, I don't know how long you've been here, Cornell, but we're going. The Hodge twins are we're reacting to our reaction of the Hodge twins, talking about a story about a man who managed to somehow go into a Whole Foods and come on a girl's back while she was bent over looking for potato chips, and then like put it back and run away. So, yeah.
Did I say something funny? You said you did something he do on the side. Well, think about it. Look at all these people that these do these heinous things. They be having a full-fledged family, 4 kids, grandkids. Yeah, got a great job. He be like, "Hey, honey, I'm going to Whole Foods. I'm gonna pick up some organic hot dogs." Yeah, he's in there busting, just skeeting on people.
It's true though. Like, okay, I'm sorry, but Kevin actually has a point here. He does. Like, a lot of like the craziest shit that like men do to like with prostitutes and stuff like that. It's always married men. It's always married men who do like the craziest shit. Because like they're like sexually sequestered in the house, so like they like take the rare opportunity with a prostitute to like do like the craziest shit that they wish they could do but they can't anymore. You know, like I think Kevin might be onto something here. Degens just being degenerate in public. I mean, maybe.
Hey, let me say this: she was all proper in her like. Telling
Hang on, I have a story about that actually. Quick one. I went to a convention in Salt Lake City, Mormonville, and it was a literature convention, or not like a literature. It was like a fiction. It was like a writers' convention for fiction, right? And there was this woman there who was selling her novel series, and her novel series was literally women fucking dinosaurs, like actual just dinosaurs, just T-Rex peen running through women, right? That was the smut she was selling here. And she told me that this was on a Sunday. She told me that she had already sold like 2 fucking pallets of these books. She told me, bro, you have no idea how sexually suppressed these Mormon women are. So they use my like crazy fucking zoophilia fiction, like cryptophilia fiction, to get their rocks off, because they're so like sexually repressed in their relationship with their men. And that goes to Kevin's point. It's like that I can see that. You know what I mean? Anyway, that was a weird story.
Telling a story, she's all proper. It's like whitewashed, right? Yeah, hold on, let me get done talking. I bring up, remember that black guy? He was gay. They said they coming in through people's windows, hide your kids, hide your husbands. They R-ing everybody out here. Yeah, I remember that homo. Yeah, I wished I wish this. Well, it'd have been cool for this to happen to her. It wouldn't be cool. It'd still be horrible. But if this happened to a black woman, her response. Yeah, I was walking. I was getting me some barbecue chips, and then this dude busted his nuts on my back.
Oh Lord!
Then I wiped on my back, and I had all this.
There is no more entertaining eyewitness to any event than a black woman. Holy shit. Have you seen like compilations of like black women giving like eyewitness accounts on like local news stations and stuff? It is amazing. Holy shit. Like this motherfucker over here, I was like, God damn. They're like, I'm sorry, but like in terms, like, black women are amazing storytellers. Even if everything they're saying is complete bullshit, they are entertaining as fuck.
Come on my hand. Then I'm chasing it, and I got cum dripping off my back. that dude.
I was wondering that too. Like, how much was there? Did she like wipe it off before she tried to chase him down? He's like, I don't want this like ruining my clothes.
Yeah, probably would. I think this video is going to go viral. Was that in Atlanta, Georgia?
That's Atlanta, Georgia. He took off in a Kia, which tells me he was probably black.
Yeah.
No, the NBA started off.
Probably NBA fan.
Because the NBA market was Kia and Hyundais. So you see in Atlanta.
He's either an effeminate black man or a lesbian. Like, come on. Ain't no straight man out here driving a Kia.
Look at Negroes.
Especially in Atlanta. Come on.
Hyundais. Took off in a black Kia. Negro. That's a dog whistle for Negro did that.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? It's actually that actually makes sense though, because like we know that the news, you can always tell what the race of the perpetrator is, because if the perpetrator is white, the news will make sure that you know that they're white. If they're anything else, they just won't mention it. So you could tell by how the news present the description of the suspect. You can tell if they're white or non-white. You can at least get that far.
Even say his race. Because usually when you have a perpetrator, they say it was 6'5", 230 pounds, black male, white male. They left all that out.
Yeah.
Which tells me it was a no good Negro.
An NGN.
Well, who knows? It could have been a white guy that was an NBA fan.
Nah,
They're
he's
black chat. They could say that.
Because if he was white, they'd have said he was white.
Well, Atlanta's
But
white.
if he's black, they ain't gonna mention it.
Damn right. Exactly,
He's a Negro.
Kevin. I was on Keith's side at the beginning. I have switched to Kevin's side now.
Man, why are we joking about this?
I'm not joking about what happened to him.
Of course we are, man.
It's
Come
horrible.
on.
No, we're not.
Give me
This
something.
is not funny
We've
what
been
happened to her.
cracking jokes.
Hey, Kelvin, this is not funny what happened to her.
No, it's not funny.
Yeah, I'm not laughing at her.
Yeah, it is.
I'm putting out that
You're making light of the situation.
I'm putting some hypotheticals out there too.
Chat.
Chat.
Yeah. If I ever complain that some dude came on my back in a grocery store, I would not like it. But I would also expect you all to laugh your asses off at the event. Okay? Like, it is funny. Just not to the person that it happens to.
Increase everybody's morale.
What the hell are you even talking about? Yep, told you, Negro.
Oh, they called it.
We called it. And look, what did I say about the Kia? Effeminate black man. This is an effeminate looking black man right here.
Oh. Well, I should have figured the damn Kia. Scan in on this picture.
He look like a black Amishman.
A black what?
A black Amish dude.
Yeah, they're like a light a damn 747 on his forehead.
This dude's a psychotic masturbator.
This dude got a no mustache and kind of a neck beard going.
Yeah,
The
what is
plastics-
that? Why does he shave it so like the front of his chin is clean, but like under his chin, what is that? Blamish.
Surgeon was assaulted at Whole Foods Market in Chamblee when a man.
That's actual assault?
I think so. That's assault. That's assault. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, that
Well,
is
I assault my
absolutely
wife
sexual
every night,
assault.
I'm gonna go to jail for that.
No, it's like if
Probably
it's not one.
indecent exposure.
But she never saw it. She saw him zipping it up.
Yeah.
It's assault. Like you spit on somebody.
Mm-hmm. It's assault.
Assault.
Would it be assault if the cum never touched her and it just kind of landed by her feet? That would be like aggravated sexual assault. I don't know. How do they determine like what the threshold is? Because if she just like turned around and he was still like wanking it, like trying to get it out, that would just be like indecent exposure, right? Like with the intent to come. I don't know. Like where are the lines drawn here? I don't know.
I think it's kind of stupid though.
I think. Nobody wants semen on them, Kevin.
I ain't saying.
Imagine you're a woman. You over there doing some shopping. You in Whole Foods. You in a nice white gentrified area.
Some nigga in there just.
Oh my god!
Right, and you feel something warm splash on your back.
Oh, but what was that? Oh my God, the semen?
What?
I don't think your mind would go to semen at first. Like, I think that your mind would, like, I think you would, like, think it, like, right at the beginning, but, like, you would, like, immediately suppress it and, like, think of anything you can to convince yourself that it wasn't that thing. You know what I mean? Because I know every guy has accidentally, you know, at least accidentally, if not purposefully, you know, caked themselves, we'll say. Gotten some, did a little auto icing. And I think that's happened to every guy, whether intentional or not. And like, even when and you know what it is, you're like, oh my God, I can't believe that just happened. There's no fucking way. Like, but if you're like some random stranger just causing you out your back like that, I don't know. I feel like your mind would like go out of its way to suppress it out of like the trauma of the you know, of the experience. You know what? Oh my God.
Hey, what's wrong with you?
Hey, kid, why'd you do it like that?
Oh, look.
Well,
yeah, it's like
fire hose.
Yeah, it's like it's like an ice cube running down your back. Like, yeah, like it's the same kind of thing. You feel something, you just feel something there, and around it, you know, it's pretty damn close to the crack there. You're gonna react, you know, like I don't think he's wrong here.
Yep, I stereotype the
Mr. Rao, can you tell me what's at the center of a cum cube? No. Go eat your popsicle.
person. It's Atlanta, 80% black, and he's in a kill.
Yeah, put two and two together. You will make a great detective.
I'd make a great FBI. What do you call them people?
Profilers?
To do that kind of work I just did? Profiler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This should hire me.
Yeah, it's a profiler, yeah. Wait a minute, he was driving the Kia?
It's Atlanta?
Affluent neighborhood?
Yep.
You know what? A lot of niggas like the NBA. They show a lot of Kia and Hyundai commercials.
I'm really glad I'm not monetized.
I think he's a Negro.
Yes, I'll write my profile report. 5'10" to 6'2" black male, probably skinny, no mustache.
Yeah, let me draw up the profile. Black dude, no mustache, lots of semen, great timing.
I mean, how can you not, as a woman? Like, I'm gonna give y'all some advice, ladies.
Bro, I've been to New Atlanta.
Men are creeps.
They have no situational awareness.
I mean, you
had been beaten.
You have good instinct, NDA. You do not want to go to Atlanta. Trust me. I've been there. I never want to go there again.
Off in the cut.
Yeah. After years of self-censoring on this platform.
Hey, Kevin.
I wonder if he made any noise. It's like, Could you
At this point, we're not really reacting. We're just laughing along with him.
Oh, you're like, Man, this is crazy. Why are we joking about this?
I'm not joking about. I'm just like
we are joking about this.
Man, I hope show's over.
Show's over. All right. Well, that was a first. We got our first. On-air N-bomb for the channel. Chat. Let's hope we don't get axed midstream with the closed caption auto detect. Oh my god. Hey, they on YouTube though. This was all on YouTube, so. Oh my gosh, I was in Atlanta though. Most of my time was just outside the city. Yeah, I was there for a martial arts seminar, just a weekend seminar, and I fucking hated it. Oh my god. Okay, that's enough of the Hodge twins. Oh my gosh, the Hodge twins are some of like the funniest people I've ever seen in my life. Holy crap. Okay, Let's see here. Okay, let's do. This one's a little out of date, but I want to see what it's about. I still haven't actually read this article, but the headline really grabbed my attention. Dancer, 26, killed in drug-fueled sex game gone wrong before boyfriend took his own life. Sounds like they at least died what they love doing. A British dancer was strangled by her boyfriend in a drug-fueled sex game gone wrong before he took his own life, a UK court has determined. Has determined? That's a kind way to put it. It's like, that doesn't seem like something you determine. That sounds like something you just observe factually. Oh, man. Georgia Brooke, 26, died after being choked by a 31-year-old Luke Cannon. God, that doesn't sound like a porn name, does it? At his home in Bradford, West Yorkshire, before they both took GHB. What's GHB? Anybody know what GHB is? And cocaine in February 2022. An inquest into her death found Wednesday, according to Yorkshire Live. Roofies? Okay. A police probe determined the couple had an experimental sexual relationship, and that Brooke had a particular interest in "quote-unquote" choking. Oh man, she went the Dave Carradine way. According to evidence heard at Bradford Coroner's Court, the couple's text messages, which were shown as evidence during the inquest, suggested Brooke has consented to such sexual practices with her boyfriend in the past. A coroner, Martin Fleming, who ultimately concluded Brooke died of an unlawful killing, said there was no evidence Kitten intended to kill his girlfriend, but that he had used excessive force. The dancer was pronounced dead at a hospital in the early hours after going into cardiac arrest in the wake of the late-night romp, the coroner was told. This is literally the exact same, fetish thing that David Carradine died from, where although he did it to himself, he was, autoerotic asphyxiation? That's what he did. Looks like this was, you just take the auto out, and that's what happened. It's just erotic asphyxiation. I guess because, depriving your brain, marginally of oxygen, increases the euphoria of sexual pleasure, I think is, what happens. I don't know. Police quickly launched a murder probe and began searching for Cannon, but his body was found hanged in a wooded area close to the hospital the following day, the inquest was told. Brooke's family claimed that the dancer's behavior had changed when she started dating Cannon in 2021. Wow. So they likely have zero memory of what happened. Yes, the lack of oxygen causes euphoria eventually. GHB occurs naturally in the central nervous system, very small amounts. Use of GHB produces CNS depressant effects, including euphoria, drowsiness, decreased anxiety, confusion, and memory impairment. Oh. It's also fun when you instinctively think your partner is trying to kill you. Is that tangential to the Rake fantasies that so many women have? It's a totally normal thing for women to have Rake fantasies. Is that related to it? It is. Okay. That's wild. I wonder why. Why do women get off at the idea that them having sex might get them killed? Their sexual partner might kill them. I'd really like to know the psychology behind that, honestly. So taking a stimulant like cocaine and a CNS suppressant GHB is a horrible mix. Yeah, taking uppers and downers at the same time is really, really, really dangerous. Yeah. Cave brain? What is cave brain? Is that caveman, evolutionary psychology kind of stuff? Domination, women long for domination. Oh, explains why they date football players. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Interesting. It seems like a better idea, instead of like actually choking her, to like make a certain shape with your hand and then keep that shape, like make that shape rigid, basically, and then let her like move around inside that shape, if that makes sense. So like if you make like a choking kind of hand gesture, and then you lock that that gesture, and then just put it around her throat, and then you just leave it like that, and you don't actually squeeze, but you just like brace it. You know what I mean? What the fuck am I talking about? Where am I going with this? I have no clue. The guy that could be dangerous is more appealing because they can protect you, given their dangerousness. Yeah, I've known about that, like how women will pursue like the most dangerous man in the crowd because they're like, if they can seduce that man to their side, then they're gonna be the safest woman in the crowd, right? Because they have the most dangerous man to protect them. Like that's the evolutionary, like you said, cave brain idea, right? I never choked a woman. I haven't either. The only time I've come close to that is in like martial arts practice when I get partnered up with a girl, and then you have to do like kind of awkwardly intimate things with them. You know what I mean? Generally speaking, with breath play, you either fall. Of course, you have Umbra. In the camp of tapping out, or my preferred method, passive stopping. So hold keys. Once you drop them, you stop immediately. Success. Huh. You cannot do this while impaired. Yeah, see, that's what I think it is. It's like you do this kind of inherently dangerous thing, but you can control it if you're sober. You know what I mean? But if you're hocked up on cocaine and roofies at the same time, yeah, that's going to completely fuck up your ability to do that safely. Okay, let's see. Her mom, Samantha Beaumont, accused Cannon of being coercive. Said he's told her daughter what to wear. I mean, let's be real. All guys, at least ask. Like, hey, can you wear this? And then, that's kind of like a male shit test. Just to see if they'll like we're saying like do it, but we do it in like we say it like we're asking it. But it's like, no, I want you, because like, can you means I want you to, right? That's like a male shit test. This is, I feel like this is a kind of a normal thing. I think it's the drugs, mommy. That's what it is. It's the drugs. She also claimed her daughter's boyfriend was controlling and had told her where to sit when he came to the family Christmas celebrations. I mean, okay, that sounds really petty. However, Cannon's brother, Joshua Cannon, told the court he'd genuinely cared for Brooke and was a generous person who would always do what he could to help people. I mean, she has that 1,000-cock stare. That's the huge red flag. I appreciate how fit she is, though. I do. She doesn't look completely plastic up, but she's got a 1,000-cock stare, this is a 1,000-cock stare. I have a problem with that. Meanwhile, Brooke's death prompted the coroner to issue a, quote, strong message about the dangers of sexual choking. This type of sex act is dangerous and reckless, and it all too often ends in fatal consequences, Fleming said. I mean, I guess that's like that's kind of the point of it, though, is the risk, is like that super low risk of fatality that kind of sets the euphoria in motion. So that's kind of isn't that the whole thing behind like BDSM stuff? Is that like the whole point of BDSM is trust, right? That's the whole underlying aspect that makes BDSM like a kink is trust. You're trusting someone else to to do these dangerous things to you, but do it in a controlled let's say relatively safe manner. I mean, this is literally the like we'll circle back to WWE. This is what WWE fighters do. Like, the whole point of like WWE wrestling, like the whole underlying thing between two WWE wrestlers is trust. Like, because like you're constantly basically putting your life into the hands of, you know, another of the other person you're fighting against in WWE. So that's like the whole thing. Like, two fighters that have really good chemistry and go all out in WWE are two fighters that trust each other like no other. Like, that's the whole central core of chemistry, fight chemistry in the WWE is trust. I would be surprised if you didn't do some favors. If you do BDSM the right way, consent and checking in is always at the forefront. If you do it like a retard, you'll get someone hurt. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like, it's all about, like you said, you know, safety words and that kind of stuff. That's the whole underlying part of it. You aren't supposed to hit hard, but there are stories of people getting hit in WWE and ended up regretting it. Well, a lot of times in WWE, they'll have certain spots and stuff like that, and before the match, they'll tell the other person, like, "Hey, I want you to actually hit me." You know, Brock Lesnar is actually famous for doing this. Brock Lesnar would always tell people, like, "Hey, like, actually hit me. Like, I could take it, trust me, and it'll look better to the crowd." But yeah, I'm surprised there's nothing about the guy, because the guy game overed himself the day after in the forest. And he said, like, wait, what was it? Hanged in a wooded area. Did he autoerotic asphyxiate himself in the forest afterwards? I want to know more about that, but this story doesn't have anything about it. Damn. Okay. He likely thought he killed her. Yeah, I mean, I would think that too. There are stories of politicians who did that. Wasn't that popular like a decade ago? Wait, doing what? Doing what specifically? WWE wise, it's why Jake Paul is not popular in the locker room. Was from saving Rey Mysterio from nearly paralyzing himself. Yeah, shit like that. Yeah. Remember, he was on GHB and cocaine. He doesn't remember much of anything. The details are even after the fact. Yeah, man. Again, like, you take uppers like that and downers like that. This shit that completely fucks with your memories, with your thoughts and stuff like that, and you're gonna end up in a bad place. Yeah, this is just a fucking wild story. But see, this is this classic, this fucking 1,000-yard, this pouty thousand cock stare. I can't stand this fucking look. It's very Kardashian, you know. I can't stand anything that reminds me of anything related to the Kardashians. Impairment with making memory, and you can't recall what didn't get encoded properly. Yeah, it's just a recipe for disaster. All right. Going for like a Jessica Rabbit look here. I don't know. Okay. That was macabre. Oh, what else we got? That. Do. Okay, let's do a political. Nah. That one. Oh, we gotta do this one. Gotta do this one. This one just boils my blood. Damn YouTube censorship. Oh, I'm sorry, Umbra. Not being a whore. I try to keep the political stuff out unless it really is part of a larger story. Yeah, this one's DEI stuff, which is I always find fun to talk about. Flew under the radar, thank God. Dem Rep brags about sneaking DEI funds for minority pilots into aviation bill. This pissed me off so much. I share news with a bunch of servers. Yeah, fair enough, Outlaw, fair enough. I appreciate all the stuff you drop into my server. Thank you so much. Okay. Democratic Texas Representative Jasmine Crockett bragged about sneaking DEI funds into an aviation bill to hire more minority pilots. This is why there's a significant push in America, and there's a lot of politicians that support this as well, where they want to put like really low page limits on bills so that they can't like take a bill that like absolutely has to pass and then tack on a bunch of shit that nobody wants but gets passed because it's added to the thing that has to get passed, you know? Like they want to put page limits onto bills and laws and stuff like that. To the point where some people are like, if it's more than one page, then it doesn't count, then it can't go to a vote. Because they don't want shit like this happening. Not necessarily DEI stuff, but just tacking on and hiding shit into these giant 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 page bills that nobody fucking reads before they vote on them. Obviously, that's what happened here, or else you would have gotten this shit sneaked in. My dog is barking. I don't know if you can hear that. Let's see. The House and Senate approved of the FAA bill to renew authority to the FAA and the National Transportation Safety Board, the NTSB, for 5 years in an attempt to strengthen aviation safety standards. Which is like the antithesis of fucking sneaking in a bill to just basically hire on more pilots because they're black. Like, it's the antithesis of the name of the bill, you know? Say hi to the pupper for me. My door's closed, so you can hear him through the door. It's actually not my dog either. It's my parents' dog. So, let's see. Crockett said she and some of her colleagues snuck in funds to increase the numbers of black and Hispanic pilots. Wow, I'm surprised that they added and Hispanics, because we all know that the diversity stuff, it never applies to anyone except black people, it seems. Like, when it comes to diversity, it usually just means more black people. All the other quote-unquote minority races don't matter. But I'm blown away that they actually even included and Hispanic there. In their alleged crazy anti-DEI environment. Oh yeah, every fucking corpo, every institution, every government agency, every fucking thing is woke as fuck now. Yeah, crazy anti-DEI. They think it's that because they have their way uncontested for so long that they're finally getting some pushback, and they're like, wow, this is a really heavy, excessively anti-DEI. It's like, no, you're just getting the pushback that you should have been getting from the very beginning. During a Thursday interview on Roland Martin Unfiltered. Oh, that sounds like a riveting show. We were also able to get monumental legislation into the FAA Reauthorization Act that really flew under the radar, thank God. That's the thing. They're fucking bragging and, like, they're purposefully sneaking this shit into bills. They don't, because they know that it's unpopular. They know that people hate it, but they don't care. God, I hate these people. But this was funding to make sure that hopefully we can increase the number of African Americans and Hispanics that are entering aviation, which can be very expensive, but can obviously be very lucrative. Oh yeah, it's always back to the money. So we set up a situation where basically there will be full rides for those attending grant HCBUs as well as HSIs to go into aviation. And in this crazy anti-DEI environment, we were able to get that done. I mean, that's the thing, is like they're holding their hand out with food, but that still isn't gonna, like, you can't make it's the whole leading a horse to the water thing, right? Like, no matter how much you want to incentivize, like, hey, you can get into this industry even for free, but if they're not interested, then they're not gonna go into it. You know, like, even if it's for free, like, if somebody offered me like a free, like a free grant or whatever to, I don't know, study some kind of mathematics field, I'm not going to take it because I'm not interested in that field. And if I were interested in the field, I would try to my best to minimize financial barriers to getting into that field. You know, like, it's not a money thing, it's an interest thing, and you can't force people to be interested in shit. I mean, this is why, like, kids, like, like parents, when they have kids, they'll sign their kids up for like all kinds of extracurricular sports and this, and all, and activities and that kind of stuff, because they want to find out what their kids are interested in. They're not making them like do a thing that they don't want to do. They're just trying to find out what their interests are. You can't make a kid. Like if I'm a parent and I played baseball all my life and I want my kid to play baseball and I enroll my kid in baseball and he sucks and doesn't want to play it, guess what? He ain't going to play it because he's not interested in it. I can't force him to be interested in something. My dad was a lifetime auto mechanic, and he a few times tried to teach me and show me how to like repair cars and stuff. And like, yeah, I learned how to do a few things, but guess what? I never became interested in it, because you can't force people to be interested in shit. You can't say like, oh, like we're just going to allocate a pile of money for a group of people that aren't showing interest in a field. Like, that pile of money isn't going to like suddenly make them interested in that field. It doesn't, like, that's not how proclivities work. It's so fucking stupid. We were also able to get monumental legislation. Oh, I already read that. Airlines have been lowering their qualification standards for hiring new pilots, which evidently has led to more emergency landings and serious mechanical issues. Yeah, I mean, it's also led to the assassination of a few Boeing fucking whistleblowers. Boeing, by the way, I will tell you right now, like I work in a very corporate environment, like mainstream corporate America, and in our like town halls, like Boeing gets brought up about like what to avoid. You know what I mean? Like it's like this kind of shit is like, it's normal for this kind of stuff to be talked about in like quarterly meetings and stuff like that now, because it happens on my quarterly meetings, and it's not like just from like random lackeys in the audience. It's from like pre-screened questions from like mid and upper level executives that are asking these questions. So it's like people are taking notice of this shit. Many of these airlines have implemented DEI hiring practices to hire more people of color and women to fly planes. Again, you can't force people of color and women to be interested in flying planes. That if they're interested, they'll figure out how to gather the funds necessary to pursue it. Like, that's just the way it is. If you want them to fly, don't use a bill. Use Hennessy and a hot stewardess. I mean, yeah. Well, I don't know about the hot stewardess thing. I mean, remember back in, like, I don't know when it went out of business, but for several years, Hooters, the restaurant chain, had an airline. I don't know if you remember this, chat, but there used to be Hooters Airlines with like Hooters waitresses for stewardesses. And it didn't work out for them. So I don't even know if that's enough. Always had sponsorships and grants from private institutions. I mean, true. But I just don't think it moves the needle that much. It's a cultural thing. I feel like it's a cultural thing, honestly. Like, if I grew up like in a rural farmland area, like if I grew up in the middle of fucking Nebraska or something like that, it's very likely that I'm gonna take an interest in farming. You know what I mean? It's a lot of it is just like things that you're around on a day-to-day basis, what are influences you, and like what you're exposed to. And I guess that's a part of this, is like to get more women and minorities exposed to the aviation industry, which, I mean, fine, but once again, that doesn't necessarily, people who are, that's the thing, like they say like I wanted to, when I was a little kid, I saw the Blue Angels at San Diego or something like that. And the first time I saw the Blue Angels, I wanted to be a jet pilot. That was like what I wanted to be until I was like 8 years old, when I realized that like jet pilots are like crash and die and shit, and I was like, yeah, I don't want to do that anymore. But it's just like, okay, I was exposed to that thing, but guess what? Like, I ended up not pursuing it, even though I had interest in the thing. But like, I could have, if like crashing and dying like wasn't at all a deterrent for me, I would have kept going with it, and it wouldn't have mattered how much money was available to me. I would have pursued it somehow. You know what I mean? Like, I don't feel like interest is driven by money. I do think that exposure helps, but I think it's heavily overrepresented how much it helps. So they can, but often don't. Yeah, exactly. Go to an airport. Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's the thing. Like, I just saw the Blue Angels. You know, I fell for the marketing for the first 8 years of my life, basically, because that's what the Blue Angels are. They're just marketers, right? They market, hey, the Navy is cool, join the Navy. That's the whole purpose of the Blue Angels existing. We're just going to go to air shows, do cool shit with our jets, and convince people that the Navy is awesome. And it's like, okay, that's cool, but like, I didn't show any interest in it. But the other thing is that, like, you ask people in like certain professions, you ask people, what made you want to become an actor or an actress, or what made you want to become a firefighter or something like that, and they'll say something that inspired them. You know, there was some event that they were exposed to that inspired them to do the thing. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm saying that, you know, like the whole exposure thing isn't, the whole exposure thing I think is valid to a degree. I just think it's overblown. United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby. Oh god, dude, the American Airlines companies are so fucking woke. It's fucking disgusting. In January, they were striving for 50% of graduates of their pilot classes to be women or people of color, while Alaska Airlines touted its 3.7 increase in racial diversity in March 2023 and intends for its representation to consist of 30% racial diversity by 2025, according to a report published by the airline. Sounds like they're clamming for that fucking ESG funds. United Airlines opened a flight school to train 5,000 aspiring pilots with little to no experience by 2030 and aimed for half of its students to be women or people of color, according to CNBC. But again, you can't force the academic pool. You know what I mean? You can't, if 50% of your available candidates aren't women, if you don't have that, then you can't meet that goal. You know what I mean? Like, you can't force the pool. I guess that's what you say. They can't force the makeup of the people trying to get into your industry. You can't do that. And I'm not saying that's because it's a bad thing. I'm saying it's like a human nature thing. Like, it just doesn't work that way. Meanwhile, Southwest Airlines cut the number of engine turbine hours needed for new pilots in half in February 2023, shortening it from 1,000 hours of flying time to 500 hours, according to Dallas Morning News. That's good to know. Delta Airlines announced in 2021 that it removed its requirement for pilots to have a 4-year college degree. I mean, I think that's honestly fine. Honestly, I think that is basically kind of a blow to, what do you call it, like a credentialism, which I think is a bad practice, I feel like, and it limits your pool of potential candidates. I don't like credentialism. There are some things where credentialism is absolutely required, though, like being a doctor, being a lawyer, handful of other things. Absolutely, you need to go through a very structured set of steps before you start digging into somebody's chest cavity. You know what I mean? But for a lot of stuff, even like piloting commercial airlines, I feel like a 4-year degree isn't needed for that. You know, and it says like, it doesn't even say like what the degree is in. Like, what if I have a 4-year college degree in some bullshit like communications or some shit like that? Like, what the fuck does that do for me as an airline pilot? Nothing. You know what I mean? So like the person with no degree is just as green and lacking in knowledge for flying an airplane as somebody with a fucking stupid 4-year college degree in an unrelated field. Generally, a degree has aerospace relation. I guess. Thing is, though, that there's not a lot of programs out there for aerospace degrees. I mean, there's like a few. Like there's one in Florida. I think there's one in Atlanta. There's like a handful of others, but it's not like a super common program that you see. You know? But I mean, think about like air traffic controllers. Like, do you need a degree to be an air traffic controller? No, that's very much an on-the-job training kind of thing, where you're like, you learn it, you take your, you learn the stuff from, you know, from the airport, the FAA or whatever. You go to the classes, you take the tests, you get your certification, whatever, and then you are shadowing and being shadowed, you know, for on-the-job training. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need to go through an official college system for that. So. Most airline are at least every pilot I've known tend to have degrees in relation to aerospace, mostly online or off campus. But I don't think that that's necessary. I really don't. I have a friend. He learned how he got his private pilot license just because he think it'd be cool. Like literally, he's like, it'd be cool to like learn how to fly a plane. And so he like did his research, figured out where he needed to go to like learn the stuff and where to take the tests and all that kind of stuff, and he just did it. And now he like flies like a private plane, like out of like somewhere in the country. I don't know where he is now, but it's like he learned how to fly a plane, and he didn't have a degree in he had a master's degree like I did, but it had nothing to do with aviation. You know, it was a STEM thing. And yet he learned how to fly, and he's still alive. He's fine. Like, I don't know. I feel like college degrees, even in aviation-related stuff, aren't necessary to get into the majority of aviation fields. I will say that it helps, but I don't think it should necessarily be an instant, like instantly count you out of a program, if that makes sense. ATC requires degrees on the civil side. The military side, you were talking to pilots with the first 5 months. People and commercial certs aren't the same as flying commercial with endorsements for mass passengers. That's true. I understand that there's a difference between flying a private plane and, you know, commercial where you got like, you know, 200-300 passengers. I understand that, but I feel like the principle is the same. Like, I feel like you shouldn't have to go. I mean, my thing is though, is that like when you go to pilot school, right? Like, but that's who runs the pilot schools? Is that just done through the university system, or is that done through the airlines? Because if they have their own system to train people up to be able to fly a plane competently and safely, I don't have a problem with that. You know what I mean? That's I feel like you shouldn't need to go to college to do that. That's really where my line is. Should the degree be a requirement? Maybe not, but it should be strongly considered. Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm at, and where that line is might be a little different between the two of us. But I just feel like not having a degree shouldn't instantly disqualify you. I guess that's where I'm at. Anyway, airlines have their own, and if you got your certs before, you can get them through other schools. The issue is specific to the airline. Okay, that's fair enough. But like I said, like the airlines have their own programs to do this stuff for people. Like, you don't need a degree to go through those programs, or you shouldn't need a degree. The FAA is investigating an issue on a separate Boeing 737-9 MAX operated by Alaska Airlines, where the door plug flew off mid-flight in early January. See, this isn't even pilot related though. This is ground crew and maintenance checking. This is safety skirting is what this is. So this isn't even related to the pilot program. Like, it's not the pilot fault. It's not the pilot's fault at all that the door blew open. The fact that they were able to landed the plane safely afterwards is a good thing. But if anything, it just shows that the problem is industry-wide. It's not just in pilots. It's also in the ground crew and the maintenance teams. It's in the air. It's in every aspect of the industry. By the way, I think is it Boeing? Is it Boeing or United Airlines? One of those two. Their CEO is like a fucking trans psychopath. I can't remember which one it is. Might be both of them. I don't know. Analysts have warned that prioritizing DEI over hard metrics is a threat to passenger safety. True. Every time you prioritize DEI, you necessarily create a competence gap. The main focus of airline DEI programs is promoting so-called racial representation goals. That's retarded. In other words, racial discrimination that puts woke ideology above safety. Will Hill, the executive director of nonprofit consumer protection group Consumers Research, told the Daily Caller News Foundation in January. I know that these are buzzwords, but it's true. Like, racial representation goals, like literally representation of the cockpit literally doesn't matter at all. It has zero bearing. You know what I mean? Like, if like an airline had like an impeccable record of like no missed flights, no late flights, no problems, no crashes, nothing, and the entire fleet of pilots were like black women, I'd be like, cool. That's the safest damn airline on the market. I'm gonna fly with them. You know what I mean? Like, representation literally has no bearing. It's worthless. It means absolutely nothing. And not just airlines, but like the vast majority of industries. It is worthless and meaningless. It is literally just a way for CEOs to like one up each other and like what they're doing to like quote unquote better the world. So they just keep making up bullshit ways to better the world that don't better the world in any way. In fact, they usually end up hurting it just to like own their, you know, their billionaire cohorts and shit like that. It's like, fuck off. But, and the thing is that they know that this competence gap is being created by prioritizing DEI. That's why they have to sneak this shit into these giant omnibus bills. They have to like sneak it through. Like, that's the only way they can get it passed, because they know that people don't like this. They know that it causes problems, but the ideology reigns supreme. Everything in service of the ideology. That's what it is. And it's fucking ridiculous. But anyway. All right, let's move on. Some smaller airlines don't care about the degree. The bigger ones do care if you are looking to get on, unless you already have experience. I honestly feel like prior experience is far more important than having a fucking degree, because prior experience means that you've actually done it and you have a fucking clue of what you're actually doing, like boots on the ground. Well, in this case, in the sky, you know what the hell you're doing. You know what I mean? Experience. But the thing is, like, how do you get that initial experience? You know, so like somebody has to make that decision initially, you know, for a green pilot with no experience to hire them without a degree or with a degree, you know. That's why airlines push you to get the experience. Well, yeah, that, and they just don't want to train you. You know, companies have a ridiculous aversion these days to training people, which is insane, especially for like highly specialized fields like commercial piloting, or what, I won't reveal it, but what I do for a living. Like, I learned on the job over time what I do now professionally. I wasn't trained in it in any way. I didn't go to school for it or anything like that. I just learned it on the job. You know what I mean? And then I went into my current job with that experience and got this job, which is the best way, I think. Rather than just like waving fucking certifications and shit in somebody's face and saying like, because I have this piece of paper, you should hire me. It's like, well, I mean, that might get you through the gate. That might, you get some points out of the gate, but that doesn't necessarily make you a better candidate than this person or that person. So. All right. Oh, the job training is the most effective for rapidly changing fields that require you to act accordingly. Either that or I won't say highly specialized fields, because highly specialized fields actually typically do require pretty strict, structured regimes of training and learning. Like, again, being like you want to be like a neuroscientist or like a brain surgeon or some shit like that, you have to take a very strict set of very structured, you know, classes and performance and you know, requirements and processes and yada 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 to be able to call, you know, to be certified or whatever by the whatever medical association as like a licensed brain surgeon or something like that. So what I do for a living is bizarrely unique because it's very, very specialized, and yet there's very, very little schools that actually train it or have degrees in it. Like, the only way really to learn it is to kind of stumble into it on the job. So brain surgeons have a lot of OJT. Oh yeah, I mean, eventually you have to actually do the surgeries, yeah. To be able to competently do the surgeries. But I'm saying, like, I mean, think of like dentists. I mean, dentists have a ton of school that's like a lot of strict school that they have to do, right? But then they also have to do on-the-job training, which is where they basically have to perform a certain set of procedures on actual patients with actual problems before they can get their license to practice dentistry, right? So it's the same kind of thing. They have like they have to have a ton of school learning, of rigid school learning, and they also have to have a ton of what would be considered on-the-job experience before they can be licensed to become a dentist. You know, so. Oh my god, this is such a long ass title, but this is another one that fucking gets people fuming. I'm not against degrees, but I think those degrees can cut all the extra BS. Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. But that's why I said, like, a degree shouldn't be required. It's not that a degree should be required. It's that not having a degree shouldn't be immediately disqualifying. I guess that's my approach to it. Because I'll tell you right now, I sure as fuck don't have any certifications or degrees or anything of the sort to do what I do. And it's a very specialized field. So, you know. Why do we need to teach political science in college for dental hygienists? That's that whole... Well, that's the college tuition scam, right? The left column of your required classes are all stuff related to the actual field that you're going into. And then the right side are a bunch of bullshit electives and humanitarian bullshit that you don't need and are there literally just to pad out your time at their university so that they can milk more money out of you. You know, that's like a major part of the scam of universities. So, recalibrating the degree system to only what is needed for the job and everything else is... Yeah, like, college degree programs can be almost across the board severely leaned out and have a ton of fat cut out of them. But they won't because they make too much money by, you know, bilking those extra 2 years out of bullshit elective classes out of you. So they're never going to do it. Okay, this is a rough one. Spain, gypsy man who raked and impregnated a 12-year-old girl is acquitted after arguing that adult child sex is part of his culture. Oh boy. A 20-year-old man who raked and impregnated a child has walked free from a Spanish courtroom after the judge decided that their relationship, quote-unquote, was justified by Romani culture. Oh, I think V would like to have a word with this court. Body bag, wood chipper, any of the above. What was the name of that guy? There was a guy back in the 80s. Some dude, some piece of shit, raked his daughter. And so the dad, he casually hit himself at the phone booths at the airport, and he tracked the dude down, and the dude was being filmed on live television, and the guy, like the dad, just drew a gun on him and executed him almost point blank on live television. And the jury found him innocent and let him walk free. I can't remember any of the names, but I remember it because I remember it made like all the rounds on the news when I was a kid. Gary Plausch, yeah, that must, okay, yeah, dude, what a fucking legend, dude, an absolute legend. But yeah, he executes this dude on live television, goes to court, and then gets completely acquitted by the jury. And I was like, it's like, damn, dude, like that is some baller shit right there. That's fucking dad of the century. You know what I mean? I want a fucking statue of that man built. Earlier this week, the court of Ciudad Real in central Spain, decided that the socio-cultural context of the Gypsy ethnic group. This is the inevitable conclusion of like cultural relativism. Like when you say like all cultures are equally like valid and shit like that. This is like such a leftist equality bullshit idea. This is the kind of shit that happens when you adopt such nonsense. I'm getting a history lesson in Plausch right now. Plausch was initially charged with second-degree murder, but agreed to a plea bargain. I mean, it clearly wasn't second-degree murder. It was clearly first-degree. He clearly planned it. He pleaded no contest to manslaughter. He was sentenced to 7 years suspended sentence with 5 years probation and 300 hours of community service, which he completed in 1989. The cops told the press there was no way he was getting convicted in the town they were in. What's a suspended sentence? That means he never actually serves jail time, right? The judge declared time served. 5 years probation, 300 hours of community service, which he completed in 1989. Didn't commit a crime during that time, and you are good. Okay. What's a suspended sentence? I'm sorry, I'm not like super well versed in like all the nuances of like sentencing procedures and stuff. Oh, what you just wrote. Don't commit a crime during that time, and good. Oh, okay, so so he had 7 years to not commit a crime, and he's good. With 5 years probation and 300 hours of community service. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. So he did get punished, but he never spent time in prison. Gotcha. Okay. It's like, okay, we'll let you get away with this one, but you better not do it again. Fucking love it, dude. Oh man. Yeah, dude, that guy's a fucking legend. Oh man, yeah. I wonder. I would love to hear from V, the most well-known Romanian YouTuber that I know, at least, to see if what he thinks about this supposed child adult sex culture that this man is claiming. Let's see. Consider the case of a man charged with the assault and abuse of a minor. The socio-cultural context resulted in the perpetrator, who also impregnated his 12-year-old victim with twins, being fully acquitted. In the ruling, the court stated that the adult child sexual activity was quote-unquote always consensual. Yes, like, because 12-year-olds can consent. Yes, this is... Oh my God. And this is the thing, like, you know that everyone involved in this is a leftist. You know, like, except maybe the Gypsy guy. I don't know. But, like, all of the court system, everybody involved in this is a leftist. It's a leftist. Because this kind of thinking only exists on the left. On the left. It only exists there. Except maybe, like, the weird child pageants that right-wingers do in, like, the south part of the United States and stuff like that. That's just fucking weird. Let's see. In the ruling, the court stated that the adult sexual activity was always consensual and within the framework of a romantic relationship. Aww. Bizarrely, it also declared that the 12-year-old victim was close in age and maturity to her abuser. What? He's 20! She's barely more than half his age. What the fuck? Dude, this judge is on crack, dude. Jury nullification is you may be guilty but refuse to convict. Oh, okay. The man was first arrested after the child attended a doctor's visit and was found to be pregnant. While prosecutors had fought for a sentence of 11 years, seems way too low, the court ruled to acquit despite the fact that the age of consent in Spain is 16. That's actually normal across most of... Isn't the age of consent 16 in most places around the world? It's like, there's only a few places where it's higher or lower. In the United States, it's actually a little bit unique, and then it's higher, that it's 18 here in the United States. I swear that like 16 is like the normal around the world. Kind of, but not entirely. Average out, sure. I swear that that's the thing. Like, I swear, like in Europe at least, like 16 seems to be like the normal age of consent across a lot of Europe. Despite the law, the court decided that the Gypsy ban should benefit from a legal exception. This is not the first case of child sexual assault where the court took into considerations customs followed by some of Spain's Romani population. On May 27th, just one day before the Ciudad Real ruling, the Provincial Court of Leon reduced a sentence for a 24-year-old Gypsy man who was found guilty of sexually assaulting his child bride. Jesus Christ, dude, this is hard to read. 16 here with the conditions. Used to be 14 long ago. 16 or plus or minus 4 is age of consent in some states. Federal is 18. Ah, okay. 14 it's 14 in Germany? Holy fuck. 13 to 16 is most common for Europe and most of Asia. Yeah, no, it's like, isn't it only like 15 or something like that in Japan? Oh my god, this is a tough article to get through. On May 27th, just one day before the Ciudad... Wait, I already read that. Although the unnamed man impregnated the girl 3 times when she was between the ages of 12 and 15, the court concluded that in Gypsy culture, couple unions occur at very early ages, a circumstance that acted as a mitigating factor. Sorry, I'm ruminating. I am fuming. Most of South America is 13? Jesus, it's younger than I thought. The youngest I heard is 12, either Thailand or Philippines. Sorry, 14. Okay. Yeah, I swear 14 is like the youngest I've heard, but man. Let's see. The cases have prompted outrage in Spain, with some politicians coming forward to condemn the courts. I mean, yeah, they should. Whoever the judge was in this should be fucking... I'm not going to say it. Beatriz Michaela Sorillo, a member of the Congress of Deputies representing Seville, called the ruling an absolute shame, adding, the criminal code does not exclude the protection of Roma minors. Otherwise, it would be defending that abusing, assaulting, or raking Roma girls has few legal consequences. Yeah, this is... You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the grooming gangs in Britain, and how, like, the police have, like, over the years, like, refused to prosecute them. Because, like, the whole idea is that, like, a society is policed only through the consent of the society. So if they don't consent to the policing, then the law just doesn't apply to them. Which is why how you get, like, two-tiered and uneven justice systems and stuff like that. And it's just like, if you just allow a whole segment of your society, a la gypsies, to just not, you know, be held accountable to the law, just allow them to, you know, give them exemption to the law because of some fucking cultural bullshit, then you're just creating a multi-tiered justice system at that point. And it's like, that's how you erode trust in the justice system. Like, it's really fucking simple. You know? Korea also argued that the rulings would spur racism against gypsies in Spain. I mean, yeah. The law cannot make exceptions with gypsy girls or rely on the child's consent to reduce the penalty of a rapist. In this nonsense, another issue will be added: the emergence of anti-gypsy sentiment that will come from declaring that raking an 11-year-old girl after impregnating her is something normal among gypsies. Yeah, this is that cultural relativism shit. Like, it's like, oh, their culture is equal to ours, even though that they do all this fucked up shit that we don't do. You know, oh, we just won't apply the law to them. It's like, you want to, like, sow resentment to a community of people that you are claiming to trying to protect. Do this shit. This is a really, really easy way to do it. Japan used to have 13, but they changed it to 16 a few years ago. Okay. Not much better, lol. No. Well, I mean, how many countries in the world have 18 as their age of consent? It's not a lot. Ration, but it's the prefecture, so while 13 might have been their nation, the prefecture might have been 16. Part of why I'm against homeless courts. Veteran courts, the judges in a normal court has the same discretion. Why make a special court that often refuses to do its job? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like, it's a really good way to sow resentment between peoples. When you're like, oh, there's this group of people that, because they are that particular group of people, are allowed to break all these laws and do all this horrific shit. Like, of course you're going to sow resentment towards that group of people. It's crazy to me. I understand the circumstances that led to them, but I strongly disagree with special courts for special groups. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Phew, yeah. 18 is funny enough as in a lot of Africa. Yeah, that's because of the influence of, I think that's because of the influence of the Christian missionaries that are like all over Africa, because African Christianity is fucking wild. That's where the famous "eat the poo poo" clip comes from. That was like an African Christian thing. They eat the poo poo. I fucking love that clip so much. Oh my god. Honestly, let me look it up real quick, actually. Let me see if I can open a different window. See here. My country charts. Here we go. And I'm on a watch list. Let's see. Oh, what's this go? I don't want this. I want a chart. I'm not watching a YouTube video about it. Oh my god. I just saw it. In the Philippines, it's 12. Jesus. The Wikipedia article for crying out loud on it. 18, 17, 16, 18, 18, 18. Oh, that's all. Okay. Okay, so in the Australian region, it's all 18. Looks like South America is mostly 18 as well. There's a few 16s, but mostly 18 there. Huh. And then it kind of fluctuates between 18 and 16 across Europe and Asia. Okay. And then, yeah, then it goes down in it's pretty much 18 almost across the board in Africa. Yeah. Okay. So it seems like it's almost like half and half between 18 and 16 across the world. So, Bahrain keeping it base at 21. Yeah, it's like the voter ID stuff or not the voter, the age you have to be to vote. Like, the older I get, the higher that number I think should be. I get an email from some guy claiming to be from the Philippines, and if you want a, yeah, they check up on you. Yeah, I'm sure I've got one. Hello, Mr. Smith. I'm sure you're out there. Oh man. Okay. Enough of this weirdness. Let's get to a video to watch. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, let's get to. Man, there's a lot here I still want to go over. I'm running out of time too. I kind of want to go over the literal death of fat acceptance. Delaware is 18, but is allowed for teenage age 16 to 17 to engage in sexual intercourse. Yeah, this is where the whole statutory rake laws come in, right?
I regret to inform.
That window. No. Here. No. Actually, thank you. Okay, we haven't reacted to Sydney Watson yet, I don't think. So we're gonna watch a kind of a lengthy Sydney Watson video. But this is gonna be. We're gonna wind down after this and only do like a handful of others. There's a Sargon one I want to react to. There's a Dev one I want to react to. And there's a couple news stories I want to do. But let's hit this one now. Let me restart it from the beginning. Okay.
Inform you. This is where we're at. Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. And of course, as per usual, before we launch in, this video is sponsored by me and my little tea company, Lines Tea Exchange. This would make a great gift for Father's Day because daddos deserve the best.
Runs a whole ad
I have
for her
put
own
on
shit.
the website a Father's Day bundle that you can definitely go and check out. And if you are not interested in buying your dad a gift, totally understandable. Maybe consider treating yourself, given that our flavors are absolutely bomb. We have our giant tea bags and real actual tea leaves, which are very delicious. I will link everything in the description box.
Actual
and you can go and check it out.
Thunk?
So I originally started working on this video a little while ago when Victoria's Secret was collapsing in on itself. And the brand announced it was returning to sexiness and ditching its feminist makeover. Apparently, feminist makeover means ugly and fat. But since then, several things have happened that have crystallized for me that the fat acceptance and body positivity movements are in freefall. Shocking, I know.
They're not in freefall, but like a ton of activists, influencers have literally died in like just the last 2 or 3 years. It's kind of wild.
Who would have thought that movements dedicated to obesity would fail? Not me.
Who would have thought? Not me.
The acceptance and normalization of obesity has been accelerating for some time.
Jesus.
And with the emergence of TikTok, fat activism has been allowed to take off and flourish, convincing thousands of people that being fat is not only completely fine, but healthy.
We need to be actively deconstructing the idea that weight loss and getting smaller is what health is what feeling good is. We need to stop.
Well, it sure.
Ask your knees that. Fucking fat bitch. I swear to God, like every fat person I know that has like lost a significant amount of weight, the first thing that they say is like, I cannot believe how better my knees feel. That's like always the first thing I hear from them. Like that's how much weight is lifted off of their knees. So, you see the Miss Alabama 2024? Maybe. Was she fat? I have a feeling she was fat.
as hell isn't giving yourself diabetes and then crying about thin privilege. I just realized from that last shot I should probably acknowledge it is once again that time of year where my arms and face are a different color because I don't mind getting a tan here, but I don't want this to go in the sun. Because of the lines. Judge me all you want. I don't want to look like a saggy bag of cheese. But the problem is, this assertion about health and obesity is a lie. Finally, after years of obesity being glorified at worst and promoted at best, it seems that there has been a very obvious and significant shift in the way that people feel about this issue. When fat influencers aren't dying,
I don't know, like, I feel like there's always been a pretty significant push against the movement, but like it's again like it's been there, but it's been sequestered and it's only now being allowed to like finally flourish. And you couple that with the fact that all the people that are pushing this shit are literally dying. They're collapsing and dying. I think Blair White did a video about the same topic just like a few months ago, and basically just listed out all of the fat influencers that have just died before they hit like 35. You know, it's like, if there's no better proof that the fat activist thing is a fucking bullshit lie, it's all of the influencers who push it dying as a result of it, you know? Very fat? Oh, man. Obese, one might say. Or Miss Marilyn, trans woman who just married a Marine. Oh, my. Dudes are even beating women in fucking beauty contests now. That's... Dude, the whole pageant system needs to just fucking die. It's so cringe.
They're actively turning on these movements. Brands and companies have started to completely move away from body positive messaging, and there seems to be this general impatience accommodating obesity at every turn. Not to mention, the weight loss drug Ozempic has been on everyone's minds.
It's not a weight loss drug, it's a diabetes drug.
Celebrity who has dropped a few pounds on it, or using the drug as the butt of jokes, like on the recent special episode of South Park called The End of Obesity. They're very aptly named. But the remaining fat activists are not taking any of this lightly. Pun absolutely intended. I'm not sorry. I saw recently a research paper where a fat scholar wondered if Ozempic could be considered a form of eugenics against fat people. The Daily Beast even wrote an article asking if Ozempic was making fat phobia worse, saying that the manufacturers of the drug are turning a staggering profit by exploiting our fears about fatness. Bold assertion there, although I think it has less to do with fear
fatness,
and
though,
more to do with wanting to...
There's no such thing as fat phobia, by the way. Like, remember, phobia is categorically an irrational fear. So when obesity is like the obvious cause of so much disease, illness, and death, like, there's nothing irrational about the fear of it. So there's no such thing. Fat phobia is not a thing. Just like Islamophobia isn't a thing, you know, because there's nothing irrational about it. If you have like butterfly phobia, then phobia is like apropos.
to be able to climb a flight of stairs. Not to mention all of the fat influencers who are attacking other fat influencers because they chose to lose weight and get in shape and get healthy, and that is somehow a slight against them.
I've had to unfollow.
I call this the Rebel Wilson effect, by the way. Rebel Wilson was like the super fat actress / singer, I think. And she became like an icon of like the fat acceptance movement. And then she like turned around and like lost like 150 pounds and became like just kind of average, basically. And she was like derided by all the fat influencers. She was like so like just gone. They went after her hard for that. And ever since then, every time that shit happens, I just call it the Rebel Wilson effect. Fat phobia is as dumb as cancer phobia. Yeah, exactly. For people who are working on a cure, on those who seek treatment instead of just dying naturally from the disease. Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. It's not real.
So many people this week because everyone is like, I'm taking a new medication for weight loss. I'm doing this new thing for weight loss. I'm doing for weight loss. I'm sick of it. You can be fat and healthy the same way you can be thin and unhealthy. So
untrue. You can be thin and unhealthy. That is true. But being fat and healthy is kind of antithetical to each other. That is a what we call a dichotomy. You so hard to see is phobic. She's one of the left on The View because she got bullied too much from losing weight. Oh yeah. I think did she? I don't know. The View is just a bunch of clucking chickens. I can't tell one from the other. So if Rebel Wisdom was ever a part of that show and she got bullied off of it, I don't know. They all sound like the same clucking chickens to me. Fit and unhealthy just makes me roid users. Well, that's the thing is, I think can you be fit and unhealthy? I feel like you can be unhealthy in it should pretty much any kind of body shape. But you can't be healthy in every body shape. I'd have to think about that more.
Don't hide behind this facade that your weight loss is all for health benefits, because we know that's not true. We know you're losing weight so you can look better, whatever the that means. Maybe you're just ugly, just a thought. But I am so sick of it. I'm so sick of especially you fat bitches currently who have built your platforms on being fat and gained hundreds of thousands, even millions of followers because you've been this body positive queen for people. And now what? You've got the fame, you've got the followers, so you're done. You've got what you wanted, so now you're gonna go turn your back on all these people who have supported you?
Well, I guess someone has.
That's funny. She's describing the ladder pulling effect. Which is kind of ironic coming from fat people who probably can't climb a ladder to begin with. I don't know what to call it. It's like they bungee jump to the bottom of a cavern, but they snap the bungee so nobody can follow them down. I don't know. I don't know what the fat person equivalence would be of the ladder pulling effect.
Has to, because their knees certainly can't anymore. So that's what we're going to talk about today, why the fat acceptance and body positivity movements have failed so spectacularly. Spectacularly? Spectacularly. I think I did this last time. Because to be totally frank, it's actually quite alarming how few people aren't really all that concerned with taking care of themselves. And admittedly, a lot of people are very comfortable doing things that will inevitably hurt them in the long run, rather than turning to something like Magic Mind, which is designed to optimize your focus without pumping you full of big pharma chemicals.
Yeah, that was totally a thing very back in before the body positivity thing. It wasn't called body positivity movie. It was just a general part of like self-confidence and just like not being ashamed because something bad happened to you, you lost a limb or you became a burn victim or something like that. And that was 100% cool. You know what I mean? No problem with that at all. But like and it was just a part of the general like self-confidence kind of stuff. But then like the whole fat activism thing and body positivity is a whole different thing. Like there's a political element to body positivity that you have to recognize. That there was nothing political about like deformed people and burn victims and limbless people and stuff like that. There's nothing political about that.
It's sometimes nice to give your brain.
I'm gonna go. I can speed it up.
A little boost with Magic Mind. Magic Mind is this neat little performance shot that enhances mood, motivation, and focus while reducing stress and anxiety.
Okay, we already had one ad. I'm
I don't get that 3 p.m. brain slump, which makes 100 days after purchasing. So if you too want to be focused, motivated, but not stressed, then head over to magicmind.com/SydneyWatson or click the link in the description. And of course, fitness is creeping back in, but my fat liberation isn't just a trend. In it, the writer explains how good she felt leaning into the fat acceptance and body positivity movements after years of counting calories and obsessing about being thin. However, she said that she's she's now noticing that people are sliding back towards valuing thinness and what she calls heroin chic. The writer goes on, it's starting to become increasingly apparent how many people and brands were simply using body positivity and curve washing as zeitgeisty marketing ploys. If it's any indication of what's to come, many influencers who previously used body positivity to build a career and land brand deals are coming right out and telling us how they really feel. And how
I mean, how much of all of this woke virtuous thing is literally just that? It's just a fucking marketing ploy. You know what I mean? Like, and it's really disgusting too, because you're taking, like, these marketing campaigns are like taking advantage of people who are in probably distressed states of mind. Like this, because like the whole body positivity thing, you know what? It's not really body positivity. That's not what they're really advocating for. What they're advocating for is eradication of self-responsibility and self-control, and self-management. That's what it is. And remember how I said that this is like there's a political element to that? The political element to it is like the leftist extreme position of absolute liberation, right? And one of the aspects of absolute liberation is responsibility, and especially obligation to anything. So like basically shedding the desire for self-care, self-responsibility, and that kind of stuff. You are fully liberating yourself, and that's what they claim makes them feel good. But like you just said, like they're all like falling back into it because it's a lie. Like, reality doesn't give a fuck about, you know, what your feelings are and what responsibilities you decided not to take about your body. Like, reality will always catch up to you. And so, like, a lot of people like realize that and be like, oh, you know, I did all this stuff, but all this horrible shit is still happening to me, so I kind of have to take care of it. You know, so. There's a point where news articles were posting links between exercise and white supremacy. I'm not memeing either. Oh, we're going to get to that. There's a dev video that just came out that we're going to react to after this. That is specifically about that very kind of thing.
How they feel is that fat acceptance is bad and being able to fit into plane seats is good. That gives me a little bit of PTSD there. I'm not gonna lie. Never again. But apparently, all of this is off-putting and wrong to our fat activist friends. But what this Daily Beast writer is saying is not actually isolated.
Went viral because she posted about complaining about being wedged between two fatties on a plane.
Influencers getting healthy and losing weight.
I'm gonna take the heat since no one else will, and I'll talk about this. The fact that there are influencers who build gigantic followings based on their conversations around body positivity, healing your relationship with food and with exercise, who have now done a complete 180 and are now talking about weight loss medications, weight loss surgeries, and just like being on a weight loss journey in general, literally just making coffee or eating your fucking breakfast talking about this shit is insane. That should literally be illegal. The fact that there's one particular influencer who built over 300,000 followers.
That should be illegal. Yes. I'm going to advocate for this disgustingly unhealthy and ultimately fatal idea. And if I even bother to like wise up to it and grow as a person, that should be illegal according to this fucking TikTok psychopath, anti-diet pilot.
Talking about her ED recovery journey and is now every single day talking about the fact that she's intentionally losing weight to those same exact followers.
Maybe you should like follow in her footsteps and realize that your fat fucking ass is gonna die soon too. And you need to change your ways before it happens.
My brain I can't wrap my head around. Like, I've had to unfollow so many of my mutuals because this behavior is just so despicable.
I've also noticed an uptick in articles and videos angry about the emergence of quote-unquote thinness again, after believing the desire to be small, thin, and athletic was seemingly defeated by the fat acceptance and body positivity movements.
So I don't know if y'all have been paying attention to the signs, but like, we are re-entering a
that babe rant
era, and
that babe is an oxymoron.
Real bad.
Now, I would like to make note of the fact that fat activism and fat acceptance have always been this bizarre, corrosive arm of the body positive movement. Over the years, it's been marked as a group of people united against diet culture and weight loss, with the movement even going so far as to shame people for losing weight, and drawing lines in the sand on who is really considered fat and who is allowed to participate in their ideology.
Now that body positivity has been co-opted by all bodies, and people are finally celebrating medium and small girls and people who occasionally get roles. Fat people are still getting the short end of this movement. No one cares anymore because it's like body positivity is for everybody.
Okay, this is the fatness factor.
Well, yeah, because you're all dying too. Like, oh my god. I mean, I'm just gonna keep
a small
going.
fat is a size 18 and lower, 1X or 2X. I'm a 4X, 5X. I'm a size 26, sometimes 28.
Yeah, and the fact that your clothes don't cost more is a fucking crime.
Am the super fat you say I'm speaking over.
Now, I know I may be the bad guy for saying this, but
Like, why does a small person, when they go and get, like, their jeans from a store, have to pay the exact same price as, like, some fatty that has, like, needs, like, a 3XL? It literally uses twice the amount of materials, and it's the same fucking price. Like, the fatties are getting the deal there, man. Like...
But it will never not be funny to me that there is a fatness spectrum that doubles up as a victim hierarchy. Especially given that how fat you are directly relates to how many opinions you're allowed to express. We have more than earned the earth opening up and swallowing us all. Somewhere along the road,
This
this
sounds like
ideology
the
actually
leftist
took root socially,
Ouroboros,
making its way
you
into
know,
dominant culture.
rearing its
Major
head
brands
once
started
again.
using obese models in their marketing, obese women on the front of magazines, and walking runways for major fashion houses. Women like Lizzo and Tess Holliday popped up as notable celebrities and role models in the fat acceptance movement. And all around, it seemed that the ideology was
Tess
making serious
Holliday
headway.
is a
I
hideous
discussed at
cow,
length
but
in a
she has
previous
pretty
video
hair.
the origins of the body positivity movement. But to recap, for those of you who are not familiar, as it stands, there are three primary ideas that often get lumped together and are often discussed interchangeably: health at every size, body positivity, and fat acceptance. The 2024 version of all of these is
Health at every size is a particularly disturbing one because it sounds a lot like the love at any age, or the love is love, you know, the pedophile NAMBLA slogans. Like, health at any size sounds disturbingly like that to me. I threw my mouth with the Lizzo bit. Oh, I know. It's just, Lizzo's a fucking cow.
is mostly just fat people screaming about discrimination and being very angry with doctors. Health at every size was the first movement to really gain momentum in the 70s and 80s. During this time, a strong emphasis was placed on being thin rather than being athletic or healthy. This time period gave us radical restrictive diets like the cabbage soup diet, and women, most notably, were often prescribed drugs to, curb their appetites and whatnot. I'm pretty sure this is
Yeah,
where
it was
came
pretty
from,
disturbing.
keeping the housewives skinny. After the death
Yeah.
of singer Carol
This is where you get the 90s were like famous for like the rail thin runway models who looked like they were all like malnourished to the point like they were gonna collapse from the starvation on the stage. Like I think like Kate Moss was like one of the most famous runway models that just looked like a fucking like an actual toothpick. Like you look like, if you touched her bones would just break. That was like during this era. Yeah. And like I said, like it does kind of go both ways here.
Carpenter, who suffered a cardiac arrest and passed away at 32 in 1983 after suffering from anorexia for a number of years, extreme diet culture and thinness was catapulted into public consciousness. But it really wasn't enough to change anything, as we saw things get probably a lot worse in the 90s and early 2000s, where, as I've mentioned before in other videos, women like Jessica Simpson were considered fat at only a size 4. But here, with the rise of the internet, and after decades of the body standards being front and center, health at every size found a home on the now mostly defunct website Tumblr. Yes, everything bad begins with Tumblr. And from there, it grew and mutated,
kinda.
first into body positivity,
Where's
which
the
started
lie?
as an ideology that encouraged people to feel comfortable in their own skin, regardless of their flaws, and then into
What's
fat
from that era
acceptance, the new idea that looked
infecting
down
yourself
on
with
dieting,
tapeworms?
weight loss,
Oh,
and fully rejected
yeah.
the idea of being thin and athletic in favor of accepting your weight no matter how
think
big you get.
Futurama made
And
fun
this
of that
is
at one
why
point.
I see no reason why we shouldn't bring back lobotomies. Now, because fat acceptance is very closely tied to activism, and because our populations are just getting fatter and fatter, this, of course, started to catch on outside of this online subgroup. Soon, it was being adopted as a marketing ploy by plenty of brands who saw an opportunity to reach a brand new, highly motivated demographic. Clothing brands started carrying larger and larger sizes. Major brands like Victoria's Secret did away with its angels and an opportunity to reach a brand new, highly motivated demographic. Clothing brands started.
What the fuck is this monster? What the hell am I looking at here? Oh my god, this is Calvin Klein. How far have you fallen? And again, remember how I said like fat people they get the deals when it comes to clothing because they get like the same price for clothes even though like it takes like 3 times the amount of materials? Why would fashion brands encourage that? Like it doesn't make any sense for the fashion brands to do that. Again, it all comes across as just obey the ideology, reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. Like you look at this and you instinctually know this is an unhealthy person. You know what I mean? Like a person that doesn't take good care of themselves. And to promote that, there's something sinister about that.
Started carrying larger and larger sizes. Major brands like Victoria's Secret did away with its angels in favor of a more eclectic group of people. And anything less than this, anything that was considered conventionally beautiful or athletic or thin, was almost vilified. Gave us some really, really weird marketing. Let me tell you that much. Like, what is this? And why? Anyway, this is more or less where we have been for the past little while. Seeing obesity and why?
What the hell is the advertisement here? What is being marketed? Nothing. Because this isn't marketing, it's virtue signaling. And the thing is, like, why is this considered a virtue? If anything, it should be considered a vice. Like, honestly, virtue signaling to me is like a misnomer. It should be called vice signaling. Because that's what they're all engaging in. It's celebrating vice. It's celebrating excessiveness and hedonism. You know? Fat clothes being the same price as the regular ones just tells me that regular size are overpriced. Oh. Yeah, I like the. Yeah, but either way, the fat people are getting the deal.
Anyway, this is more or less where we have been for the past little while. Seeing obesity normalized everywhere, social media and TikTok especially being full of fat individuals deeming absolutely everything fat-phobic, and the rest of us growing more and more exhausted and impatient as time wears on. And the net effect of all of this that I'm sure some of you have even noticed already is that although our populations are getting fatter and fatter, there has been a massive shift away from these movements. Why brands and companies would choose to abandon ship is fairly self-evident.
Yeah, Victoria's Secret is the biggest
online
culprit
streaming
for
and
this.
activism and seal clapping for these initiatives doesn't actually translate into tangible sales. The activists that love to talk big game online don't actually put their money where their mouth is, and frankly, neither do the rest of us. I like my products.
They put food where their mouth is, and then they die from it.
You hear that, Nike? You're not my mom. Not to mention the fact that fat activists truly believed that corporations weren't just out here trying to make a buck and piggybacking off of trends, and that they actually believed in the tenets of fat acceptance and were promoting these radical ideologies is wild. I would love to live in that level of delusion. But I hate to break it to you, Sandra, Calvin Klein does not care about your war against the thins. It's also worth remembering that the Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light saga was a bit of a wake-up call for brands and companies all over the place. While this situation obviously has nothing to do with fat acceptance, it was a signal that the flagrant disregard for the opinions of the average person were simply not going to carry brands forward financially and socially anymore. So the companies, we get, that makes sense. But what about these fat influencers and former fat activists? What brought about their change of heart? Well, simply put, from what I can gauge, being fat long-term, and just being fat at all, is quite challenging. I don't mean the eating side of things, I mean just doing basic tasks. It seems that as time has worn on, these influencers have realized that the messaging of the body positivity and fat acceptance movements was overall misleading, keeping them in an absolutely miserable loop of pain and unhappiness. Back in early 2023, an internet personality called Gabriela Lascano, I hope I said that correctly, made a TikTok explaining why she'd moved away from the fat acceptance movement and why women shouldn't put being fat above their health.
I don't care how trendy or cute or fun it seems to be fat. Don't let that hit your head. Don't let the idea that, oh, I can catch a dick no matter how big I am, cause you to forget about your health and to keep gaining weight. I actually feel kind of guilty for being a part of this movement, and I know it's not my fault or my responsibility to keep other people's health, but being a pioneer in this game, like I literally was one of the first influencers to work with Fashion Nova before they even had a plus size line.
She ends the video telling women,
I actually think that they talked about all the marketing and then this basically piggybacking off of trends and all that kind of shit. The influencer side of this is that, like, I think a lot of the reasons that a lot of these influencers, besides like realizing that like their health was deteriorating and they were actually going to die and they needed to turn things around before that happened, and unfortunately they didn't turn it around in time and a lot of them have died, is that when the marketers, after the Bud Light thing, they pulled away, and we're seeing this right now during Pride Month, where like influencers just not getting paid to do any kind of ad gigs for companies. And I think that also contributes to the reason why a lot of these influencers are they're turning their backs on their movement, because because the money isn't there for it anymore. Like, the companies aren't paying them to influence anything anymore, and so they're abandoning it. Because it's like, well, I was making money off of like my deteriorating health before, but now I'm not even making money doing it. I'm just dying. So yeah, I'm gonna stop, and I feel bad for basically selling my health out to fucking big corpos, you know, who don't actually give a shit about any of this stuff. They just follow what they think will make them more money. And which is also hilarious, because these marketing firms are so absolutely fucking clueless. I mean, again, the Bud Light thing, like thinking that Dylan Mulvaney was like gonna get them like new customers and not do anything to their old customers is insane. Like, you have to be on some level of immense delusion or ideological capture to believe such a ridiculous thing. But yeah, I really do think that a lot of these influencers basically are giving up on the movement for a combination of deteriorating health and there's no money in it anymore.
And that it isn't fat-phobic to take care of their health, and none of this is a joke.
Health is real. Organs failing is real. Diabetes, heart disease, all that is real, okay? It's not fatphobic to care about your health. And if nobody else wants to say it, let me tell you the truth. Love yourself at any size, wear the clothes you want to wear, but don't forget that your heart has to beat, babes. Don't forget that your blood sugar has to keep a balance, babe. No amount of Instagram pictures looking cute and being an influencer wearing a size whatever you are is gonna stop your heart from not beating if you eating bacon every day. And this is coming from someone who's learning those lessons now, myself.
As expected, a bunch of people got very upset with her and accused her of abandoning the movement and being a horrible demon devil she-witch. I made that last one up, but you get the point. Needless to say, a lot of angry TikToks were made. But the vitriol Lascano experienced
angry TikToks. What am I gonna do?
Really, really sad component of these movements. Anytime you try to do anything to better yourself, you are screeched at and accused of perpetuating fatphobia. Because at this stage, anything to do with health and fitness and slimming down is considered fatphobic. I hate it here. Earlier in 2024, another fat influencer called Rosie Beam posted an Instagram story where she explained, full transparency, I have zero remorse or shame for being public about my weight loss. 2 years ago, I couldn't wipe my own ass. Well, that was certainly not an image I needed. Similarly to Lascano's treatment, a bunch of fat activists kicked off online, accusing her of ableism and even racism, but for some reason. One obviously not remotely unhinged individual even wrote an entire blog post attacking Beam, while also simultaneously saying that she too is too large to wipe her own butt, but explains why that's okay. I don't even know what to say about this. I need a drink. But this is
that's a level of delusion. Again, like when you can't perform basic human functions, like what more do you need than your own body telling you to fucking stop whatever the fuck you're doing and change course? You know, like when you I mean, it's just amazing how easy it is for people to fall into these rabbit holes that basically it's very culty, because they basically say no, like anything that says like shed all personal responsibility because it's all the fault of society, which is what like all of fat activism is. It's like society is telling you all this and this. It's not your fault. Be happy, be great, you know, all this other kind of shit. And it's like that's what cults do. Cults basically convince you that they try to convince you that that nothing is your fault and you don't actually have any responsibility or obligation to yourself in any way, except for the very specific weirdo things that the cult demands of you. And a lot of people fall into these culty things. They finally find some sense of like self-confidence, even if completely misplaced, and after feeling that feeling, they don't want to give it up, and they will defend outright and obvious lies, all the way up to, in case of the fat acceptance movement, all the way up to their literal death, you know, to maintain that facade. It's really, really tough. This is the thing, like when it comes to like convincing people of things, it's really hard to convince somebody of something, but it's not that hard actually to make somebody convince themselves of something. Like if I want to convince you that I don't know, the earth is round or something, if I'm like dealing with a flat earther and I want to convince him that the earth is round, I'm not going to scream at him that, you know, the earth is round, you dumbass, blah, 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 blah. That's not going to convince anybody. But if you say like, you know, well, I don't know, I guess I did this, that, and the earth was round. You know, I saw it with my own eyes and these kinds of things, but that's just me. And you basically, what you do that you plant like little seeds into their brains, and it makes them explore it themselves. So instead of being told a truth, if you can convince them to discover a truth themselves, they're far more likely to be swayed by it than by just being told it by somebody else. And the fat acceptance movement has so poisoned people's minds to the point where even when their own bodies, when that discovery of truth moment happens, they still adhere to the fat acceptance bullshit. Like that's how insidious and strong that cult is. It's really scary. I can't just do whatever I want without consequences. Unfortunately correct, Outlaw. I'm sorry. You cannot. Well, I'm not going to say it.
Major theme that is unfolding currently in the fat acceptance movement, with plenty of people now turning their backs on this ideology, on this culty group of people, saying that being fat or listening to the tenets of this movement is just keeping them perpetually in a horrible, horrible place.
43 years. Do you know the years I've wasted on that to realize It's about the health. It took me 43 years to realize that. Until January 16th, 2022, I said, that's it. I have to make a change. And I've been making that change. And I have no regrets. No regrets. I'm loving the choices I've been making because I'm down 70 pounds. And the problem is we have people who like to coddle us and not keep it 100% real. Because yes, just because I'm overweight doesn't mean I'm ugly. But it's a serious health issue. And when you're in your 20s, yes, you don't feel it. Early 30s, you can still get away with it. But once you hit those late 30s, early 40s, that's when everything starts to really come into effect.
Fucking preach, girl. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Like everyone just bothers you. So seriously, if you were gaining weight just to be on this fat girl trend, stop it. Stop it, because it's not going to work out for you in the end. You have to focus on your health.
The body positivity movement kept me...
You know what that sounded like? That sounded like somebody who actually believes in maintaining a level of self-confidence. So when they realize the reality of it, to maintain self-confidence, they realize that they have to lose the weight, basically. So they 180 because they aren't actual like trend chasers and all this kind of shit. They actually cared about their self-confidence and themselves. So when they are confronted with the reality that their own body is telling them, they change. You know what I mean? Which is obviously a good thing. But a lot of people jump onto it because of the trend, because they're looking for an outlet, they're looking for affirmation. And affirmation is a very dangerous thing. Being constantly needing of affirmation from other people will never end well for you, ever. Because it's literally impossible to get. Because people have this thing called free will. And some people are never going to affirm you, no matter what. And if affirmation from others is what drives your life, then you're never going to have a happy life, ever.
Be fat. Body positivity also means enjoying the body you have and not beating yourself up over changes that happen naturally due to aging and pregnancy. Absolutely. But lifestyle choices? Absolutely not, dude. Are you kidding me? If your lifestyle choices are actively harming your body, there's nothing positive about that. When I was almost 200 pounds and I was pre-hypertensive.
Yeah, smoking makes you look cool.
And pre-diabetic at 19 years old, and when people were telling me just love yourself, embrace body positivity, like there was nothing positive about anything that I was doing. Self-love should be about loving yourself and taking the best care of yourself. So when I was 19 and I was obese and I was already having health issues, the best thing I ever did was look at myself in the mirror and tell myself, holy if you do not make changes, you are going to go down a road that you are not going to be able to turn back from.
The New York Times even ran a piece in February 2024 about this exact topic.
Yeah, it's the way she was talking, she was almost just like she's equating what she should be doing, body positivity, with self-responsibility. You know what I mean? It's like, yes, that's what you should be doing. Like, caring about your body means taking responsibility for it. Like, yeah, that's like the right way to approach it. Like, no shit.
The story covered several former fat influencers who lost weight and then had to navigate this new world and the response from their audiences. The tragedy of it all, at least in my opinion, is the pushback these women are getting from their former audiences and other fat activists who feel as though they've been abandoned and mistreated.
They shouldn't worry because all those followers are going to be dead soon. You know, because they are just choosing to stay and become even fatter. So I wouldn't worry about it. They're not going to be around for much longer because that's just how the world treats obesity. Sorry, not sorry. That's the reality.
Here somehow. This has always been a feature of this group of people. Anytime one of their idols starts working out or working to better themselves, people go absolutely nuts. And I think for a lot of us, it's hard to understand why you wouldn't want your favorite E-person to better themselves. However, an article I read about this issue took a run at explaining this reaction, writing, people don't look at body-positive influencers for change, but for validation. If they wanted change, they follow
called it
someone
validation
who
of affirmation.
On a fitness journey. And that does more or less seem to be at the heart of the issue. And speaking of hearts, I think you guys know where this is going. There's one final, very important part of the failure of these movements that I wanted to touch on, and it is the passing of fat activists and fat acceptance people. Around the end of 2023, several outlets published articles about several notable fat acceptance people passing away before the age of 45. Kat Pause, a professor of fat studies, a TikToker called Waffler69,
the fact that there's a fat studies is a thing is a fucking joke and a front to academia.
Waffler, whose name is actually Taylor Lejeune, wasn't expressly part of the fat acceptance movement. It seems he, along with other food creators, got fat by virtue of doing this job, which just is a whole thing. But the other three women were, at one time or another, very proud of their bodies and their fatness. Kat Pause was staunchly pro-obesity until the end. She even made a point of suggesting that obesity wasn't unhealthy. Brittany Sauer originally made TikTok videos suggesting she too was very happy being overweight.
Just because I'm fat, that doesn't invalidate the things that I say.
But tragically, before she passed away, she realized that promoting
it does
obesity
when it
was
comes
wrong.
to health,
In one of her last TikTok videos,
which is like
ever,
their
she
whole
warned
channel.
other people not to make the same mistake.
I ruined my life with food, binge eating,
Nico's still
and
alive?
lack of self-care. And I'm hoping that it's not too late for me this time. I'm out of breath constantly. You know, and I wish I knew the cost
of eating. I was returning the cost of the comfort at the time that I was seeking. And I just want this to be a warning to other people.
This was more or less the same
Your
story.
body is always giving you feedback, girl. You just didn't choose to listen to it.
Her salon was also dedicated to helping other overweight and obese women, providing them an experience that they couldn't get elsewhere due to their size. However, she soon began updating her audience about her weight loss journey and said that she lost 400 pounds. For those of you metric ladies out there, I have no idea what that is in kilos. How much is 400 pounds in kilos? 181. That's literally like... I'm so bad at maths. 4 of me. That is genuinely a wild achievement. Wow. Personally, I think it's really tragic that the last 2 women were really making an effort to get their lives on track and trying to make healthy and positive changes so that they could
a lot of them,
longer,
like, the reality hits them too late.
And meanwhile, the same culty group of people who promoted the ideas that led to their death in the first place will continue to promote them going forward. The bottom line is that while fat acceptance is definitely falling out of favor and more people are waking up to its lies, it is still operating as an ideology, as a group of people, and it is still pushing ideas that are leading people down a terrible path. Like I mentioned earlier, the way in which fat acceptance came into being was largely a response to earlier movements that prioritized extreme thinness, often at the expense of women's health. But just as that social era fell, so too was the glorification of morbid obesity destined to fall. And not to be cliche, of course, but the pendulum always swings back. And I think fat activists had a somewhat shorter shelf life than their predecessors in part because they were so obnoxious, but also because people do, in fact, want to feel good. I know, crazy, right? And even if you are...
Can we get a gym babes movement going where it's like all the influencers are like gym hotties? Can that happen? Please? And it'll last too because it's healthy.
Are gifted with the most body confidence in the world, you are not going to feel good when you are severely overweight to the point that you can barely function. That is ultimately why more and more fat influencers are reporting that they want to lose weight. Not because they hate themselves, but because they didn't feel good in the bodies
sweating
that
just by like existing.
Now for me, the interesting part hasn't been the fall of this movement, because that was really just inevitability. Social movements and trends come and go all the time after all. The interesting part has been the reaction of those involved in this movement at its decline. It's been very, very bizarre to witness. Cult-like is really the only word
the whole
that I have
Trinity,
for it. It's
right?
like a bunch of people are trapped in a burning room and they're yelling at the ones going for the exit. In the end, I am genuinely really glad to see more and more people taking control of their lives and saying no to fat activism and no to fat acceptance, because nothing good can come of these.
A lot of them are very plasticky,
and maybe with enough time, we can stamp this stupidity out entirely. Now, with that being said, and before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder: check out Magic Mind using the link in the description, and don't forget to use my code.
Okay, that's the end of that. But yeah, fat activism is a sham. It encourages people to die sooner than they should. And if you would adhere to the movement, you're a piece of shit who should stop eating and go for a fucking walk. Oh my god. But it is true though, like the inevitability. Like I always felt like the fat activism movement especially was like doomed to fail like faster than the others, because it's literally like people can't live beyond the age of like 40, 45 who adhere to this ideology. It's literally like a death cult. Like it encourages people to engage in behavior that will kill them, like way before they should die. It's like, of course it's destined to fail. You know what I mean? It's just really sad that like these psycho movements, they always have to go so much further than they have to before like people realize that it's all bullshit. And it's really unfortunate because of like how much of society and culture is eroded before people wise up, essentially. And it's just like, the other thing, like they said, like fat activism is literally dying. It's like, yeah, but like every time one dies, another like younger one like pops up and starts saying, no, keep being fat, sister. Yeah, jelly rolls. It's just like, it's a never-ending fucking donut factory with these people. So, I don't know. Hopefully... Another thing, it's like... The fat activism stuff could also be like a combination of just like a generic, like fucked up beauty trend. Combined with like fetishism. Combined with social media propagation. It's like a perfect storm for just like really awful shit to proliferate at a rapid rate across society. So like, by the time like the normies, you know, like people who don't watch the stream... like realize what's going on, so much has been decayed as a result, you know. And it's just like, God, I just wish that like I would, you know, it's like the whole thing, like a lie makes its way around the world twice before the truth puts on its boots. You know, that kind of thing. It's just like, I wish that we, you know, like, the pushback against this bullshit could propagate at the same rate that it propagates, so that it could be met like right out of the gate. You know what I mean? It could be nipped in the bud. You know what I mean? And we just don't have to deal with this stupid bullshit. But it seems like every stupid fucking thing that comes along, it always somehow ends up in the mainstream. Like, how in the fuck is Latinx still being used by corporations? It's still being used. It's like the normal thing in corporations. And I really did think that we got out ahead of that one. And we're like, that's fucking racist bullshit. There's not a Hispanic on the planet that likes that. In fact, they consider it a fucking slur. They'd rather get called actual slurs than called Latinx. And yet, here we are. They're all fucking doing it still. You know? Like, how the hell does this happen? Like, how does this shit propagate up to the higher-ups and the people in power, and it just becomes a normal thing so goddamn quickly, even if we, like, get out ahead of it so fast? It's crazy to me. Like, does nobody stop and think, like, hey, maybe there's a different opinion about this new made-up bullshit? Maybe, you know what I mean? Like, it's just baffling to me how this stuff is allowed to propagate at such a rapid pace. God, it's so fucking, it's like, this is why we have Clown World, chat. This is why Clown World is a consistent meme. Okay, I want to react to a dev video, and then we got a couple more positive articles to round it out, and we'll be done. Get this dev video out. All right, so this is Everything Normal is Right Wing, which has been like, this is basically the whole thing about like a person that's on the left, they stay still, and then like the leftists like push you over to the window so far that the person that stood still ends up being on the right, but they're just like a normal person. That's what this video is about, pretty much. And I really wanted to watch this on stream.
For those of you who don't know, Stuttering Craig came back to the internet last year. Yeah, the Screw Attack guy. That was a huge site back in the late 2000s. A whole bunch of old internet shows got their start there. The Angry Video Game Nerd, Pro Jared.
I was going to say AVGN got his start
on there back in the day too. He's restarted his old Side Scrollers podcast on a new channel, though nowadays the content he covers is somewhat more political than before, as a result of video games themselves becoming more politicized. Well, a catchphrase from this new era of Side Scrollers is,
not just
"We're just
political.
normal men," from this often repeated clip.
We're just normal men.
What do you mean, normal men?
We're just innocent men.
The idea here is that Craig, his co-host Blabs, and the vast majority of his rotating guests, myself included, are regularly called right-wing or Nazi or extremist or alt-right by progressive activists on Twitter. And while Craig has had a few pretty right-leaning figures on the show, not that that's bad or anything, the vast majority of people haven't actually been right-wing. They've all just been normal people, myself included. This whole "we're just normal" idea is,
I think that a lot of what he's talking about would also be considered like the
academic
default
agent's
left.
sensible centrist thing did last year, though I think this time it's closer to the mark. What they're both appealing to is that the things people in our general sphere of the internet want aren't extreme or far right or fascist. They're just normal, everyday human things to want. And the people who are labeling us in this way for the crime of wanting them are radicals and revolutionaries.
This is Adam Levin, by the way, who we mentioned earlier on stream. This is our health secretary, I believe. I'm sorry. I know that it always gets posted in chat, but I never remember her official position. All I know is that it's a freak who doesn't belong in the position. Like, how could you trust this person with health? Anything related to health? Again, it's like having like an obese doctor or a skinny cook. Like, you just don't trust them. It's just a secretary of health. Okay, Surgeon General. Is there a difference between those two things? I don't know. I think that outlaw is the right one. I don't know though. Some higher up in the health stuff, but that's this person.
Revolutionaries. There's several iterations of this meme floating around, but this is the most recent one that I've seen. Know the signs. Is your child an alt-right extremist? If they have an aversion to drugs, alcohol, or porn, an interest in physical fitness, an interest in mental well-being, an interest in classical literature, an interest in monogamous relationships with a desire to procreate, if they increase their time spent outdoors or in nature, if they have an appreciation of nation, history, and culture, or if they have a disdain for the modern or postmodern, you
know what that sounds like? All of that together just sounds like, does the person give a shit about themselves or not? That's what it comes down to, at least what I could tell. Like, they have classical literature, they care about well-being, physical fitness, and, you know, mental health, and desire to marry and procreate. Like, this is like, do I give a fuck about myself? You know what I mean? Like, if you care about yourself, you're an alt-right extremist. Vivek Murthy is the current Surgeon General. I have no clue who that is. The Surgeon General is a military position, so the uniform threw me off. Okay. It doesn't matter, chat. I'm gonna forget in 10 minutes anyway, like I always do. Current Secretary of the HHS, Xavier Becerra. I think is an Indian dude. Oh, that's not. I thought that was a woman. I guess I should have, because Vivek Ramaswamy is a guy. Sorry, Vivek.
Your child might have been groomed by YouTubers into being alt-right or something. This isn't a real poster, by the way. It's mocking the idea that what progressives think is alt-right or fascist or far-right is actually...
The left does this too, though. The left, they, or the right does this to the left, or the left says, like, they claim to be just normal because, like, we just want everybody to have affordable healthcare like normal people. We just want everybody to have affordable housing like normal people. You know, they pull the same shit. They pull the exact same shit. But the difference is when they do that, they're engaging in sophistry and reductionism. And the moment you like look behind it for like 1 minute, you realize that they're full of shit. It's like, yeah, but everything you're advocating for doesn't lead to the thing you're claiming to want. So either you're lying or you're a fucking retard. Javier? Oh, God. X always has an X sound. Xavier. Like X-Men. Xavier is pronounced Xavier in the X-Men. So that's how I pronounce it. X-Men is my Bible.
Actually just normal, healthy human behavior. But let's see how close satire is to real life. Well, we can check the monogamy and procreation one off right away. I've already spoken several times on this channel about how various progressive groups think that the family itself should be abolished. Sometimes they come at it from a feminist perspective, saying that the nuclear family and traditional gender roles oppress women, that women can only be liberated by emancipating them from motherhood and domestic work. Sometimes they come at it from a socialist perspective, saying that monogamy, exclusivity, closed relationships are a reproduction of capitalist values in the romantic sphere. Capitalism means exclusive ownership of property by an individual, rather than collective access to property for all. Similarly, monogamy means exclusive, closed relationships, only accessible to those people in the relationship, rather than collective access to the whole of human intimacy and sexuality for all. The belief here is that the normal relationship style reinforces capitalist modes of thought by privileging the ideas of exclusivity and privacy over the ideas of inclusivity and public access. This is where you get Vosh's to open relationships.
You just mentioned Vosh. I have to listen to this first.
To monogamy take, by the way.
I'm going to be over here continuing to argue in favor of the idea that all we do through monogamy is socially normalize like possessiveness and insecurity with our partners.
And so
what? I just fucking Vosh, dude. What a fucking lol cow. But like the whole thing, like it's stated. I view it from like a civilizational point of view, where like I consider like traditions to be just like solutions to problems that we forgot about. So like when you abandon the tradition and you go for some new age, you know, hippy dippy bullshit, it always ends up with these problems, which is why you like show me a single like successful non-drama laden polycule, like communist polycule, where it's just like 20 people all living in a hovel together fucking each other at whim. You know what I mean? Like, has that ever ended well for anybody? No, ever. And it's like we figured out a long time ago that, you know, 2 parents with, you know, 1 to 3 kids is like ideal for like relational and like relational stability and happiness, and so that's just what we stuck with, and that's become the tradition across like almost every culture in all of history. And it's like the moment you throw that dynamic into the wind and go with some new age bullshit, all of the problems that were there that caused, you know, marriage and monogamous relationships to become a thing in the first place rear their ugly heads again. You know, it's like, oh, it's like, marriage is like an old religious bullshit. We're gonna do this open relationship shit, and then it always ends up with like jealousy and distrust, sometimes sexual assault and murder, and all this. It always ends badly. It's like, I wonder why that is. Oh, because that's the way it was before marriage was figured out. You know, before monogamous relationships was figured out. You know, you can even look at it like from a human nature point of view. Like, there are other species in the world that are monogamous species. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just, the whole thing comes across as like a cope. You know what I mean? It's like I can't perform well enough to engage in this exclusive behavior wherein I place someone else above all others, and they do the same to me. I can't achieve a status wherein someone is willing to do that with me. Therefore, I'm going to adopt an ideology that is the antithesis of that, so that I can basically feel better about my own shortcomings. It's like a massive fucking cope. Tradition tends to be where simple solutions are found. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, like, some traditions might seem like kind of dumb, you know, like, because a lot of traditions are ceremonial in nature. Like, you see this in the Catholic Church and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, this might seem silly, but there's an underlying problem that is being solved by the silliness. You know what I mean? So, like, yeah, you might get away, you know, move away from the silliness, but if you move away from it, something bad might happen, because that silly thing was a thing that they figured out a long time ago to solve that bad thing, you know, to solve that problem. Traditions are on a spectrum: solutions to forgotten problems, celebrations of forgotten myths, such events, the systems of social control held up through loyalty to elders. Yeah, it definitely. I agree, but like in this context, though, we're talking about a solution to a forgotten problem. We're not really talking about a celebration. Maybe the social control thing, maybe a tiny little bit, but not. Maybe, but I still think that mainly stays within the family. Like, you don't have like. I think that the highest you go is like a village matriarch or something like that. But like, yeah, there are obviously, you know, in the old world you had kings and queens and stuff like that. You still have that today, even. That are all like lineages, and it's passed down through like the eldest, whoever, them ever, you know, whatever. That's the thing. But in the context of what we're talking about here, it's very much the first one at DA. Hey Parker, how you doing? Welcome in. Penguins are so monogamous that if they accidentally shack up with a member of the same sex, they'll go gay for the long stay. Yeah, penguins are very, very. There's a lot of bird species that are heavily monogamous. There are other species that are generally not monogamous, like lions and that kind of stuff. But there are plenty of species out there that are monogamous by their nature. So like, you can, like, he listed, what were they? They were the feminist perspective, which could just be immediately discarded. Who cares? Feminism is retardation. Or you can look at it like the socialist perspective, but I think the other two are civilizational perspective and biological perspective. I think those are also both very valid perspectives.
Sometimes they come at it from an egalitarian perspective, saying that wanting children that are biologically related to you, that have your genes, is a eugenicist idea, which makes it Nazism, of course. Additionally, valuing the continuation of your specific family lineage is also considered to be an anti-equal idea. And in a more general sense, simply being a parent has been statistically linked to people becoming more right-wing over time, as they tend to move away from the more libertarian live and let live values of their youth, and more towards values like order, safety, and stability, so that their kids can grow up in a stable environment.
I was going to say, because now you have created actual physical stakes in your future and your contributions to the future for this, and your children are basically like you putting like actual, like in this case, literal skin in the game. So yeah, of course you're going to start caring about civilizational collapse and maintenance and that kind of stuff when you have children. You know, like you always notice that it's like, this is why like all the abortion stuff is on the left, all the childless weirdos are on the left. Like, it's like you're getting your culture and your history and your future are being determined by people who have no stakes in it, you know? And it's just like, why the fuck should I listen to somebody who doesn't have any skin in the game? You know? I say that as somebody with no children.
My point is, wanting a stable monogamous relationship that eventually leads to marriage and kids is a normal part of the human experience. It is...
Look at this. I mean, are you trying to make Hitler look relatable? He's literally doing the guy looking out the train window meme. Like, come on, man. Like, why would you want to portray him like this? Like, you look like... Something wrong, Hitler? Oh, man, you want to talk about it, bro? Like, that's what this picture induces. You're making him look sympathetic here.
Something that the overwhelming majority of people eventually aspire to, and the activists view it as right-wing. Okay, well, what about physical fitness? Turns out, I've already spoken about this is a big one in my fat activism and fat phobia video. But thankfully, a new article in the same tradition as the old ones just dropped a few days ago. Getting fit is great, but it could turn you into a right-wing jerk. The more self-actualized you become, the higher you are in self-righteousness, blaming other people's problems on their failure to be as healthy as you. Ah, she almost got there. What's actually...
Did I just hear a leftist say, complain about right-wingers become self-righteous? Say it ain't so. Like, there is nothing more insufferable right now in the West than the self-righteousness of leftist activists. Holy shit, dude. Like, so when I hear a leftist activist complain about self-righteousness on the right, I'm just like, yeah, okay, go have a lollipop. Like, I don't want to fucking hear it.
Going on is that getting healthy is empowering. Lifting weights or going on a run isn't just good for you physically, but when you see those results for the first time, when you step on the scale and notice that you've lost weight, when your belt goes down
it's
a notch,
emotionally
you realize
healthy.
Not just intellectually, but emotionally. You've got this, you can do it. The self-help thing has always been characterized as
or the
what
is it, the serotonin dump that you get when you like wail on a heavy bag for like just a minute or so? It feels so cathartic.
Right-wing. How about a collection of classical literature? Well, remember a few months ago where the UK's Research, Information and Communications Unit came out with a very long list of signs that someone might be right-wing? Included on that list are owning or reading the historic political theory books, Leviathan by Thomas Hobbes, Two Treatises of a Government by John Locke, On the Wealth of Nations by Adam Smith, and Reflections on the Revolution in France by Edmund Burke, all of which are very important foundational texts when it comes to Enlightenment political thought. Moreover, they also
own almost
the
all of
authors,
those,
C.S.
by the way.
Lewis, who wrote Chronicles of Narnia, Tolkien, who wrote
Wailing
Lord of the Rings,
on
Huxley,
is the
who
cause
wrote
of that.
Forbidden World, Conrad, who wrote Heart of Darkness, and Orwell, who wrote 1984. All of these people wrote way more than this, of course. But the point I'm making is if you've ever read books written by these authors, you're right-wing. Of course, it's not...
My only thing is with this is, honestly, I think one of the biggest points of this is that one of the primary goals of the communists, and it's, he mentioned 1984, one of the famous passages from 1984 about like every history book has been rewritten, you know, everything has been written to be like in favor of the party at all times. I think that one of the underlying reasons that the left views owning a lot of classical literature, especially when if it's about history or philosophy, to be its right wing, is because that is an acknowledgement of a desire to know and preserve actual real history, and it gets in the way of their ability to rewrite it. So I think that's a big motivator for this.
Just classical literature that's right-wing now, but anything that is in any way out of date or nostalgic, from British sitcoms to Hallmark movies. I also think I did a video on this back in the day too, why nostalgia is considered fascist by...
God damn, she cute. I enjoy the soreness after working out. Yeah, it's not... soreness is the right word too. It's not pain, it's soreness. It's the right kind of burn, right? The more it hurts, the more fulfilled I feel. Once that goes away, I lose motivation because I think I'm no longer improving. Yeah, I mean it's the pain is gain idea. I mean, in a nutshell, right? But yeah, that's that again though. That's the acknowledgement of obligation towards yourself, right? Like when you go to a gym to work out to better yourself, what you're doing is you're fulfilling an obligation to yourself. Something I admit that I need to get back to ever since I started working from home. I have actually been bad about it, and I'm feeling bad about it too. And I know that if I go back and start again, my body's going to feel better, and I'm going to be more emotionally healthy for doing it. Which is why once I get moved out, I want to get back into it, because I miss the soreness that NDA is talking about. You know what I mean? I don't get that. I haven't gotten that in over a year, and I really want it back. Because again, it's like I feel like I am not fulfilling the obligation towards myself. You know what I mean? And it's just like this goes back again to the logical conclusion of the leftist value of freedom. It basically it's like the ultimate liberation means liberation from yourself, which means you can just let yourself go and feel nothing for it, which is crazy to me. I was barely able to move for a handful of days after a good hike. Reminds me how far I've fallen, something to push me back to getting better. Especially when I used to do that hike, fast, stronger, less soreness and fatigue after. Yeah, it's... You miss it. Like, especially like once you've had it and you lose it, you'll miss it. So...
by these crazies. However, both nostalgia and appreciation for old pieces of cultural history, as well as just liking specific authors, is a pretty normal thing for people to do, and it's also right-wing. How about aversion to drugs?
You know what that reminds me of is Pizza Hut nationalism. I don't know if you know, I think I've explained this in a previous stream, but it's like the nostalgia towards uniqueness in architecture, even down to like fast food restaurants. Like back in the 80s and 90s, like fast food restaurants were all like unique. Like Pizza had the big gaudy red roofs, and McDonald's had like the trees inside and like the big ball pit and the gaudy arches and stuff like that. And now every building is just a boring brown/gray glass box, you know, and that's what every business is. It's the same thing.
Alcohol and porn. Does that make you a rightoid? Well, I hate sounding like a broken record at this point, but yeah, I did a video on this too. At least the porn part. A few years back, I covered the progressive backlash against No Nut November, where men who decided not to
the
masturbate
ironclad
for a month
rule of
were
leftist protection is going to come into play here.
For not being hedonists, or rejecting the sexual
BK, the
empowerment
King's
of
Crown,
OnlyFans,
yeah,
or
at the
fostering
Playhouse,
themselves or whatever.
yeah, and they had the
This
giant
always
gold
felt a little bit
arches too
strange
that they
to me,
don't have
considering
anymore.
that when it comes to, for example, the Stellar Blade conversation, the positions here are reversed.
Yeah,
the progressives
exactly.
became the anti-sex crowd during that bit of discourse. But hey, that is where Safe Horny comes in after all.
I was just going
As
to
for
say
the
that's
other bits,
Safe
the
Horny.
alcohol and the drugs. It's not hard to find a cornucopia of takes where being straight edge, aka not drinking and not doing drugs, is a form of self-imposed fascism because it consists of strict rules. Yes, that is retarded, but so is everything else we've talked about today.
It speaks to constraint. Again, it goes against the value of absolute liberation. Like any kind of self-constraint is to deny oneself liberation. And that's why they view it as right wing. It's not complicated, honestly.
Additionally, considering how much deference progressives give to the drug addicts who line the streets of every major city right now, you know, don't judge their lifestyle, they're not hurting anyone, have compassion for them. It is not surprising that they think being straight edge is being fascist.
How is it compassionate to encourage them to keep killing themselves with drugs and alcohol? You know, like, again, this is like the cult of nice that the left engages in, where they like being nice and compassionate to people is considered a virtue. And it's like there's absolutely nothing virtuous about being nice to a person. Like, a virtue is a universal thing. A virtue is a principle. Like, and that means it has to basically be a good thing to do at or close to at all times. And guess what? It's maybe 50-50 when it's good to be nice to a person. Like, or at least half the time, it's good to not be nice to a person. You know what I mean? There's absolutely, and therefore, it's impossible for niceness to be a virtue. So, it's like I swear to God, the left does this all the time, where they take just like emotions and just like feelings, and they turn them into leftist virtues, and it's like there's absolutely nothing virtuous about it.
However,
and a lot of times they say that just to feel good about themselves. Like they say, "I'm being compassionate to him," and that's what they care about. It's about them and not the person who's killing themselves with drugs and alcohol. You know, they just want to feel better about themselves by being compassionate when they're allowing. Like, I'm sorry, but like, if I had a family member who was like killing themselves with drugs and alcohol, and I basically had to get them to hate me and never want to talk to me ever again if it meant that they would stop engaging in that behavior, I would absolutely do that. You know what I mean? Because like their health and well-being is more important than how they feel about me or our relationship in the current time. You know what I mean? Whereas a leftist that believes that like niceness is a virtue would never engage that. They would absolutely allow that self-destructive behavior to continue if it means maintaining the relationship so that they can have that relationship and be happy about it. You know, it's so selfishly motivated. Showing social courtesy is a morally neutral action. You aren't improving anything, but you also aren't disrupting the moral fabric. Yeah, there's nothing moral about it. Yeah, it's like, I always say that like, they take things that aren't moral, and I mean that because there's no moral element to them, and they take their political viewpoints, their political ideology, and then they superimpose morality onto it where it doesn't belong. So suddenly, political actions become moral actions, and it ends up with this really fucked up morality system that doesn't make any goddamn sense. Because that's like one of the things that's hard to, that I think people are only just now figuring out when it comes to like leftism, is that when they say like, oh, you're evil because you don't believe this and this and this, you're like, what the fuck? Like, how is that evil and this kind of stuff? It's just because they're assigning morality to a political power move, essentially, which is why they're allowed to do it and you're not. You know, the whole the sword only cuts one way kind of stuff. That it's the same thing. They're assigning morality to a political tactic. So they're saying like, if I do the tactic, then it's good because I'm the one doing it. You know, but if someone else does it, who I don't agree with does it, then it's bad. You know, because they've superimposed a morality system onto power politics. And people are only just now kind of wising up to the fact that like, oh, when they call me a racist or sexist, that's not them making a moral judgment on me. That's them making a power play. You know what I mean? And people are finally figuring that shit out. In other words, the church has been replaced by politics. In a way, yes. There's a lot of churches, especially in America, that have been completely subverted by leftist power politics and identity politics and shit like that. There's a lot of heresy going on in the Christian church in America right now.
It's a pretty normal thing to not be a drug addict or an alcoholic or a degenerate coomer. And I guess it's also right wing. God damn, we've already crossed off half of this list. How many more can we get? How about appreciation of nation history and culture? Well, this one does tie in with that nostalgia conversation from earlier.
Yeah.
A few months back, Sargon posted this picture, where a progressive bought an old 2019 Countryside Memories calendar as a curiosity. He said, images like this depict a world that never existed. They are an idealization of childhood memories. Reactionaries rely on these false images. It is the myth of the once great nation that could be great again. The root of fascism.
Wait a minute. Hang on. Go back. My grandpa would literally tell stories akin to this very scene. Okay? like milk trucks and people riding their bikes and like just people having livestock and like well-kept gardens is just like a normal thing to my grandpa. Like, again, but you see like these false images again, but it's like, it's not false. This is, again, remember what I said about like the desire to rewrite history? That this plays into that element as well, with their desire to rewrite history. Showing actual history and acknowledging actual history and educating oneself about actual history gets in the way of their ability to rewrite it. And this is like an example of that. grandpa is a far-right conspiracy. I'm fine with that.
Is the myth of the once great
nation. My grandpa didn't exist. It's a conspiracy. I'm not actually here. You're watching an AI chat.
That could be great again.
You got to base the AI that you're watching.
Sargon's reply to this is the sensible one. A world that never existed, which consists of the English countryside, a van, a woman with a bike, a few sheep, and some people riding horses. How preposterous. Obviously, this is just fascist lies. England was never a pleasant place to live in. We need more diversity. This meme is an American version of the same sentiment. We've probably all seen this floating around already. The 50s were not like this. No one's ever owned a house or a car. No one's ever had a good family or has been happy. This is a reply to a common progressive critique of the 1950s family structure, that it tended to cover up its problems with a veneer of civility.
When one guy could work at the car factory and afford to support a family of four with a house and 2 cars in the driveway, yeah, I wish those times were real.
When society moved away from this family structure. Some good things were gained, but some good things were lost too. And it's a normal impulse to look back and appreciate what might have been, normal and right-wing. While this conversation only really covers the history part of the country, history, and culture, I'm not sure if I actually need to prove the other two. It's pretty common knowledge that progressives view both patriotism towards one's own country and preference for one's own culture as problematic, despite being quite normal. Interest in mental well-being is a strange
cultural
it shows
relativism
2 hands
conversation again.
Prayer. So the meme is clearly equating mental well-being with religion
and
spirituality. There is good reason for that. People who are more religious tend to report better mental well-being, and there's several explanations for why that might be true. Belief in an afterlife or a moral order
belief in
the universe might be comforting. The extended social structure that a religious community provides can be an extra resource to draw on during hard times. Nonetheless, progressives don't exactly worship mental disorders. Yeah, they have a shit ton of them, generally whole Twitter bios full of them, and they are constantly talking about going to therapy to try and get better. So it's not like they don't have an interest in mental well-being. They're just failing at fulfilling it. If the meme said is mentally stable instead, I would check it off right away.
Well,
but
yeah, they normalize it.
Progressives might derive social clout for being mentally ill, to the point that they might even psyop themselves into a mental illness. But I'm not sure they're actually interested in being mentally ill for the sake of the illness, you know? So this one's a half point, I guess. Oh wait, never mind. They don't actually accept the existence of mental illness if it's a man who has it. Because
oh wait, the real woke things you're not allowed to contradict, if we're being honest, is the men's mental health style reactionary anti-feminism framed as good-natured advocacy for men, whether in radical liberal or Trojan horse apolitical terms. God, the fucking word salad. Sorry, but men as capital M men don't have it bad in any way. If you say that we do, there should be a comma there, you asshole. I really do think you are a fascist. I mean, these people are making fascism look pretty fucking awesome. If wanted to have good mental health, physical fitness, an appreciation for culture, society, literature, for having good mental health, wanting a monogamous relationship that propagates itself and puts skin in the game of the future. If all of that is fascism, then fascism is pretty great. You know what I mean? And I think that's the point. Like, they're trying to make normal out to be fascism. It's just like, you're just making, if you're going to equate the two, people are going to be like, oh, I guess fascism ain't too bad then.
Men are more privileged. So when push comes to shove, I guess they don't actually care about mental illness that much at all. Increased time spent outdoors? This one has to be a slam dunk, right? Don't the Starbucks-sipping, city-dwelling progressives look down on the small-town country bumpkin rednecks who spend their day working as farmers? Don't they absolutely view campers, hunters, and gun culture as a right-wing trait? Well, not everyone is a hunter or a farmer, so even though it's not bad to be these things, it's not exactly normal either. All that being said, it's not hard to find some dumb prog who thinks that outdoor spaces are too white and too straight, because the very fact that a majority group might enjoy a recreational activity means that it has to be racist and sexist and homophobic or something. It's not necessarily normal that people do these things. These are still hobbies that appeal to specific niches after all. But because the people who enjoy these hobbies are otherwise normal, the hobbies themselves must be right-wing. Before tackling...
Yeah, but I will say that the exceptions to this are like the hippy-dippy hiker types. Like, I live in Colorado, you know, which is like a super outdoorsy state, and it's also a deep blue state. So your average hiker is going to be, you know, a lefty idiot who just enjoys hiking, you know. So like, I think that's the counter to this. But I have seen those articles where just like, we need to diversify the countryside and shit like that. And it's just like, clearly there's like a a desire to impose the ideology on literally the nature itself. You know what I mean? Hunting was normal at my high school. Historically, yeah, back in like the 50s and 60s, like it was normal for high schools to have gun ranges, and they would actually have classes that taught kids how to fire rifles and shit. Like riflery was a class that was normal for people to take back then, and they would just have like their rifles just like up on the racks in the back of their trucks and stuff like that. Like that was a totally normal thing in America. So now they just become school shooters, I guess. But like one of the things that I'm noticing with this is that like it's kind of like that meme of like it's actually not really a meme at all. It's like the issue is never the issue. The issue is always the revolution. And that's the thing. Like they want to basically take everything that's normal, no matter how related or unrelated they are, and turn them into a bad thing. Because the more things that are bad, the more likely a revolution is to occur. At least that's what they think. But what they're really doing is they're just making themselves look like more and more crazy people, and they're actually like pushing more and more people away from them. So they're not like fomenting a revolution. They're just isolating themselves and making the revolution more and more impossible for themselves. It's a bad self-defeating strategy, and they don't even realize it.
The final point of the list, I want to quickly go over a handful of things that are also normal and viewed as right-wing. Wanting your own car is a pretty normal desire, a very common step in the path of adulthood, but that's also a right-wing desire.
It's also a very American thing. I feel like having a car is a pretty American thing. I don't know. To all my international people, is car like a big cultural thing in your countries? Because here in America, it's a major fucking thing. Like owning your own car and being able to go where you want when you want is like it's like tied into like freedom and liberty in America. I feel like it's a very American thing, like owning a car. But I might be wrong. I want my Euro bros or elsewhere to maybe correct me on that.
Since it's very individualistic. Plus there's the fact that Ford was a Nazi, Elon Musk is a Nazi, and the Nazis planned the world's first highway system, of course. This one comes from an argument that I had on one of my old Twitter accounts, and it's a take that I've heard many times over the years. Any form of capitalism, even if it's high-tax, wealth-redistributed capitalism with huge safety nets, is right-wing.
Would that make the CCP right-wing? Because they engage in capitalistic behavior all over the fucking place. I guess the communists in China are right-wing then. Most European countries have mass public transit as they had a fresh start. Yeah, the train networks across Europe are fucking amazing. Like, they are plentiful and they are on time. Plenty of car enthusiasts over at my neck of the woods. Okay. I guess, yeah, I feel like it'd be more prevalent in Scandinavian countries because things are, like, more spread out in Scandinavia. So you'd want your own vehicle to get places.
About the long-term viability of those safety nets is also right-wing as well.
It's not enough, it can never be enough. The NHS will never be paid for. While the Conservatives operate an open borders policy, the NHS will continue to collapse. It's the inevitable consequences of excess demand and limited supply. Immigration is destroying the NHS. No lies detected.
Especially if you're asking questions about how large amounts of immigration might increase the strain on them. And speaking of immigration, an immigrant gang rape case in Italy has apparently provided fodder for an ascendant far right, according to CTV News. Why would a gang rape story give fodder to the far right? Surely normal people care about gang rapes not happening in their community. Surely normal people want policies implemented in order to stop gang rapes.
More worried about the
not
reaction
just the far right, right?
To the gang rape and the gang rape
there's
itself.
A lot of
That's
normal
really telling.
Opinions that are considered right-wing nowadays, isn't there?
It reminds me of that recent incident of that German police officer who there was like some kind of rally by like Pax Europa in Germany or whatever. It was like 200 or 300 people like in this little, admittedly pretty dang far right group. But even so, they weren't engaging in violence in any way. They were just walking down the street. And one of the guys there's police all over the place, and then some like Muslim dude comes out of nowhere, stabs and attacks one of the protesters. Another protester gets the stabber pinned to the ground. And the cops are watching all of this. And then the amazing part is that Germany is so fucking cucked to the Muslim immigrants that a police officer pulls off the dude that has tackled and pinned down the knifeman, allowing the knifeman to escape. And then the knifeman stabs the police officer who pulled the guy off of him. And then later on, the police officer dies from the knife attack. Like, this is how cucked Germany is to fucking like the pro-immigrant narrative. It's so fucking gross. It's not real capitalism, it's state capitalism. Yeah, I know, right? God, dude. If you don't have public transport where I live, gotta own your own car if you want to get anywhere. Okay. It might be, maybe it's regional. I don't know.
Which brings us to the final point on that list. Disdain for modernism and postmodernism. This one's not too tough. It ties back into the appreciation of old literature or old culture, which we've already covered. If you want a new angle, though, it's very easy to find right-wing accounts that hate on, for example, the decaying concrete block buildings of the Soviet Union, or the uniform glass buildings of modern democracies, both of which are modern.
This is my Pizza Hut nationalism.
As well as the weirdness that is postmodern architecture, while obviously preferring classical architecture themselves.
Beautiful.
That is a pretty normal impulse that is often treated
Takes
as
actual
right-wing.
skill.
This conversation runs a lot deeper, though. The self-defined right-wing influencer Bronze Age Pervert said in a conversation regarding the material abundance of the modern world, "I suppose if you don't feel the daily humiliation of this life, where you're forced on an equality with the unequal, you deserve to be comforted by lobster risotto." This very progressive fellow replied to his remark with, "This reasoning is why right-wing politics boils down to a disgust of equality, a narcissistic belief in their own superiority. You cannot coexist with people like this."
Wrong. It does not. Again, this is leftist projection. It does not come from a place of superiority. Equality is a lie, and it's not a virtue, and it is not a value. Equality is merely a byproduct. It is a passive byproduct of certain things that may or may not happen. That's it. It has nothing to do with superiority. Like all the people who talk about like the crime statistics, the education statistics, all the statistics, like all the white people, all the like white right-wingers have no problem like stating that like Asians do better when it comes to like education, salaries, yada yada yada. Like it does not come from a place of superiority at all. It just comes from a regard for, honestly, free will. That's what it boils down to. Like, as long as there is free will, there will never be equality. They cannot coexist. That's why, like, ultimate equality requires, like, an insane level of autocratic, iron-fisted rule where you cannot allow anyone to succeed because you have to cut everybody down to the lowest common denominator, you know? And you have to have a seriously strong and influential amount of power to be able to maintain a society that way. And everybody's going to be fucking miserable in a society like that. And like equality is just it's a fucking lie. It's not a value, and it should not be a goal. Drop off here. Have a good rest. See you later, Mark Q. Thanks for joining. Mr. Cornell going to bed. All right, I'll see y'all later. Thanks for coming in. We're actually going to be ending here pretty dang soon. I think we're going to do one like feel good article after this, and then we'll call it a night.
There is nothing stopping us from guaranteeing equality of outcome. I asked him directly, why should we? He replied with a simple, inequality is bad. And then I asked, if I work harder than you and get more than you, we are unequal in our rewards, but equal in work to reward proportion. Which equality should be privileged? I didn't get a reply to this because, of course this exchange laid bare something about the progressive mindset. Even if some inequalities are bad, if a blanket disgust of all equality is a right-wing trait, then all things that are normal and good and healthy have now been defined as right-wing. The world is inherently an unequal place, and that's both good and bad. We don't have equal abilities, or equal tastes,
there's nothing
or
moral about it,
or equal motivations, and there's no reason we should have equal rewards, or equal access to each other's lives or relationships. We can make a pretty solid argument as to why, for example, equality before the law is a good idea, but there's large swaths of the human condition that are inherently unequal, and it's good that they are. When Stuttering Craig says, we're just normal men, in reply to a lot of the insanity that he's seeing in the games industry, he's touching at something that I'm not sure he's fully articulated yet. That's not a dig against him.
He hasn't.
But just as journalism is his wheelhouse, political theory is mine.
Yeah.
The normality that he's reaching towards
a culture
is pretty
guy.
vague,
He's not a
but it can
political guy.
be roughly described as a law-abiding, broadly inoffensive, petite bourgeois culture of hard work, meritocracy, upward mobility, and individualism, all of which are cornerstones of the American dream. This culture of normality isn't a bigoted one. All genuine effort is valid, regardless of race or gender or sexuality. But it's also not a woke culture either. There's no free lunch for people who think that historic oppression should entitle them to success. But most importantly, this culture of normality is aligned with what the average person wants for their life. They want to be healthy, physically, mentally, spiritually. They want to be in a committed relationship. They want children. They want a decent job that one, pays the bills, and two, contributes to their community in a positive way. They want to live in a society that is not only open and welcoming, but stable and familiar. They want a good balance of independence and social connection without tilting too far in either direction. And this culture of normality doesn't demand that you must be a straight white male, by the way. This stuff applies to people who aren't straight or aren't white or aren't male as well. You can be a black transbian and still want the majority of the stuff.
Transbian? What the fuck is that?
Honestly, you can still be in a committed relationship. You can still contribute positively to your community. You can still be normal, not in all the ways, but in most of them, even as a demographic outsider. But this culture of normality isn't what the progressives want. Return to that list from the beginning. Remember how many of these things they found to be problematic and right-wing, even if they are normal and good? This is a reality that I've been watching a lot of people who are, let's say,
a massive level of deception
come to terms with rather painfully in the past 8 months. The extremists think that the normal way of life that most people want is right-wing.
She's a lesbian.
When they say right-wing, they mean evil.
I'll just call myself a girl.
The normal
Problem
is
solved.
the largest hurdle the revolution has to overcome. That is why neutrality is also right-wing to these people as well, because not taking a position is passively accepting the status quo. Let me really hammer the point home here. Because the progressives want society to radically change, and because the socialists that are in bed with want an actual revolution, whatever is normal must be counter-revolutionary and right-wing. The problem here is that what is normal is also overwhelmingly pretty good stuff, and so they must demonize
which is why they
most
become
people
normal.
Think is good.
Because
what most people want for
the vast
themselves,
majority of people end up adopting them because they are perceived as good
Craig
things.
says we're just normal men, he's 100% accurate. But the radicals who hate him and hate his show and the guests he has on, they hear him saying we're just right-wing. They have to, because they think what is normal is the problem. They think it has to be revolted against. Once you understand this, you begin to see it everywhere, even in less political spaces. Let's go back to Craig's wheelhouse once more. Anything that your average nerdy kid or gamer grew up enjoying or wanting in the 90s and 2000s is now right-wing by this metric. Wanting a girlfriend is right-wing. Wanting to own games and physical media rather than a digital license is right-wing. Wanting to goof around with your friends on weekends and say edgy jokes on Xbox Live is right-wing. Enjoying attractive women in your shows, movies, or games is right-wing. The entire cultural zeitgeist that Screw Attack existed in during its heyday is now right-wing. And this isn't even mentioning any other subculture that exists out there, let alone academic spaces, or big business, or government, or journalism, or anything else. But this idea maps onto all of them with a reasonable amount of accuracy. The progressives have become insane enough that everything normal about human existence, everything that most people like and want and actively work towards, has now been placed firmly in the right-wing camp. That does not bode well for them long term.
Very nice. And this is also why, like, people more and more are no longer affected by being called names, like moral names by the left, like racist, sexist, homophobe, all this kind of stuff. Like, I remember, like, way back, like, during the Gamergate days, the OG Gamergate days, like, getting called a misogynist was, like, this hugely offensive thing, you know? And now, like, now getting called a Nazi doesn't even faze us. You know, no, because we're realizing that it's like, oh, they're not making a moral judgment, they're making a power play. And you know, my moral paradigm is not the same as theirs, and therefore the judgments that come from their moral paradigm don't matter. You know, and it's especially don't matter when you realize that it's disingenuous in nature. It's coming from a place of power grabbing and not from actual moral outrage. And people are kind of naturally wising up to that, and they're being like, if that's fascism, then okay. Like, I don't care. Like, this is normal, this is good, this is healthy. You can label it whatever you want, but I'm going to engage in it because it's good for me. And it's good for society. And that it's that simple. You know? That's what people are just like, isolate, you know, these psychopaths that call everything normal, you know, fascism or whatever. They're just isolating themselves more and more and more. So I miss the days when I didn't have to mention that I was a right-winger before warning that someone was a Nazi. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's just so fucking tiresome, you know. And I think that's a lot of it too. It's like people are just becoming exhausted by the moral, the self-righteous moralizing coming out of the left. They're just like tuning out. They're just like, yeah, I don't care. I'm gonna do this thing because it's good for me and my family, and you can call me whatever you want. I don't fucking care. You know, people are just doing that more and more and more. And it's funny because it pisses off the leftists more and more and more, which just further and further isolates them. It's very much a positive feedback loop of destruction to them, and you'll love to see it. Okay, it's been a long time. Let's do one quick little feel-good article, and then let's call it a night. That article. There are so many articles. We're getting to the point where after I move, this is going to become weekly. There we go. The moment this was posted, Outlaw, you posted this. Outlaw? Yeah, it was you. I was like, this has to be the stream ender. Truck driver and police officer stop traffic on busy Florida highway to rescue tiny kitten. Aww. An Alachua, Florida police officer and a Mia Apa Latin Cafe truck driver teamed up for a quick Highway 441 cat rescue. A tiny kitten held up traffic on a busy Florida highway, but not for long thanks to some quick-thinking heroes. In mid-May, a truck driver and an Alachua police officer teamed up to stop traffic and save a kitten they had spotted in the middle of 2 lanes of busy traffic. A Miapa Latin Cafe truck driver spotted the black feline first, splayed out and scared, on U.S. Highway 441, and Officer Stanfield of Florida's Alachua Police Department arrived after to assist the driver with their good deed, according to CBS affiliate 12 News. In a video of the rescue shared on the Alachua Police Department's Facebook page, the Miapa Latin Cafe driver, man, they're saying this name over and over again. It's kind of a tongue twister. Uses their truck to block one lane of traffic to help protect the kitten from oncoming cars. Officer Stanfield then exits his vehicle and walks to the other lane of traffic that the kitten is caught between, carefully scoops up the cat while cars whiz by. Look at this little guy. Aww. I just found a baby kitten in the middle of 441, Officer Stanfield, who was on patrol then, says in his radio during the clip. The video shared on Facebook continues with footage of the police officer driving with the rescued kitten, who was small enough to fit in his hand. The Facebook update also noted that the kitten is now safe. We're thrilled to share that this little furball has found a loving forever home with one of our amazing dispatchers. Oh, this scared little guy. This poor thing. People contacted the Alachua Police Department for the comment and did not receive an immediate response. The agency's Facebook page responded to a comment asking about the awesome rescue, noting that there would be an update next week. Another cat was rescued from a busy road recently, according to a press release from the Dutchess County SPCA, obtained by People in May. A kitten less than 5 weeks old was tossed from a car window onto a road in Dutchess County, New York. Jesus! That's fucking cruel. God! Good Samaritan Joseph Lagwaduche saw the kitten thrown from the vehicle and braved oncoming traffic to save the cat. He brought the feline to the DC SPCA, which placed the pet in a loving foster home. Aw, isn't that cute? We have chatted, and I think I was able to have a constructive conversation with her. Fast forward, and she leans on me, and she says she's going through a DV case with their next partner. Oof. I don't expect her to change her views, but I do think it has potentially opened her eyes that people that hold differing beliefs aren't all evil, and many non-leftists support you in need. Yeah, I mean, I honestly feel like 99% of people that like you hate, like online personalities that you hate because of their politics or something like that, you could probably have just a totally cordial, good conversation over a beer with them, you know, in a normal IRL environment, you know? I feel like there's very few people who that actually wouldn't be able to happen. Vosh is probably one of them. But honestly, like someone like Destiny, like you can disagree with Destiny all you want. He comes across as somebody that would you could absolutely like just, you know, grab a bite to eat and a beer with a guy and just like geek out over Star Wars or something like that with him. You know what I mean? Like, And I feel like that's the case for like the vast majority of online personalities. There's only a very small handful where you're just like, yeah, this person, there's no fucking way this person can carry on a normal conversation. No. She was walled off and didn't want to give anything a chance to talk of talking. I just think I was able to break through before it was too late. Well, that's good. Glad to hear that. It's tough, man. It's tough breaking through ideological barriers. It's really hard. But anyway, we've been going for a little more than 5 hours. Covered a lot, but if you haven't noticed, I only covered probably half the shit that was posted. Which is why I want to start doing this weekly. But I'm not going to be able to do that until like next month. So right here. Really low on the screen. What the hell? There we go. But granted, this is what someone close with, a really friend, more of acquaintance, but treat her like a friend. Yeah, I have a few people that I'm the same way with. They're parasocial in nature, but I still consider them like really good, close friends that I trust, you know? Helms the car was small and short, I know, right? But anyway, like I said, once I get to New Mexico, I'm going to start doing these weekly. And because I'm ultimately moving to Florida, but I'm temporarily going to be with my parents in New Mexico. Until I find a place in Florida after I sell my place here in Colorado. So this is gonna be tough, but I think you saw me initially. That's good. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I have people like that as well. I know exactly what I kind of get what you're talking about. Colorado, New Mexico to Florida, correct. A fellow 505er? Yeah. Oh, man. But, I'm going to start doing this weekly once I get to New Mexico, which is going to be, like, early July. And to facilitate that, I'm going to have to cut a stream out of the next couple weeks. Just because I have to get this shit done around the house. So, I'm going to skip Tuesday's stream. This upcoming week, and then the week after, because this upcoming week we're gonna finish the Yakuza playthrough. So once that's finished, I'm gonna take a week or two off from Yakuza Wednesdays, and then once I get to New Mexico, we're gonna start up Yakuza 4 on Wednesdays. So there's only gonna be a couple streams a week until I'm done, and I don't know. I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to do a reaction stream again until I get to New Mexico in early July. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's just the reality of it, unfortunately. I'm still going to stream twice a week, though. And that'll facilitate everything I need to do and where I need to be. Supposed to Miss Alabama and Miss Maryland on the channel for your personal time. Very nice, very nice. But anyway, to all ye few but mighty, I will see you on the next one, which is Wednesday. Next Wednesday is gonna be the next one. I know it's a long break, but it is what it is. And we're gonna finish Yakuza Wednesday, and then continue Black Flag on Friday. So still fun times. In the meantime, I hope you have a fantastic rest of your weekend. I'll see you on the next one, chat. Watch this. Take care.